Okie dokie. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, looks like audio test is a functionally go. Words are hard. Hopefully I remember to turn on desktop audio. One shall see, one shall see. Anyways, hello gamers! Welcome, fellow cadets, fellow amazing people. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I certainly am. I mean, I'm probably in. I mean, who knows at this point? I'm like 10 different ways right now. So let me go ahead and set this up. Don't want to have any audio kerfuffles, so I'm gonna make sure that everything is doing good. All right. Well, oh, geez, my tracking is freaking out. Oh, no phone, please, no phone. Well, scuffed already. Oh, it's such a weird blinking issue. What is going on? Hang on. Let me turn on my light. One sec. Let's see what fixes it. Man, I'm really happy today. I mean, I got to watch some pretty cool streams, got some writing done. Honestly, it's pretty good. Mostly just world building, though. I got distracted here and there. Still working on some novel stuff, and also just lore stuff for the background lore for my Lupiri stuff, so I'm always excited to talk about that at some point. But tonight we'll be continuing the You Will Die Here tonight. We're gonna finish that, and then we're gonna jump straight into Stories from Seoul. Apparently, I don't have much left. This game's only apparently like 4 hours long, and I'm like at the 4-hour mark, so we'll see where it goes from here. I'm missing like one weapon, so I'm just gonna pick up the shotgun and hope for the best. Yeah, so we'll see. Let's go ahead and boot her up. Boop, boop, boop. Got my water, got my drinks, and I got a snack. Got some seaweed, cause snack good. Always snack, chat. If you sad, just snack. Food good. I mean, too much food is not. Oh, you know nothing about my writing project. Oh, yes, I can talk about it. Okay, so a couple years back, I started a bit of a writing project to kind of build up the Lupiri lore and space lore for, you know, Cherry and my OC Vienna. And like, I've been like, well, I mean, if you see my Twitter, not my Twitter anymore, but my Blue Sky, that profile picture currently is Vienna, my OC. And I've been kind of working on the story for a long time, mostly because it's still untitled. It's called Lupiri, but I am thinking of what to call it actually, because it's been. I'll think of it later, but more or less today was kind of a lore fleshing out day, because I was like thinking of like certain things such as like actual mechanical details of like the background lore and like what is going on in the universe, and I was thinking of like other alien races to kind of put in the story. Um, a lot of fun stuff I was having. I think one of my ideas today was doing a hyper intelligent slime mold that operates an environmental suit as a race. I thought that would be pretty neat, but I'm still working on it currently. Uh, Other than that, let me see what else to talk about. Some other interesting details about the Lupiri, like that, they're cosmic mercenaries, kind of very big on fighting and war and fight combat stuff, which it's always fun. And they're also diplomats and like organizers, basically just people that the cosmic community just picks up and goes, hey, can you guard our events, or can you handle this? Can you be security for us? We need some more soldiers stat. And basically the people of Monair, kind of, which is where the Lupiri come from, hang out. So anyways, I'm embarrassed talking about it because I'm like, it's still early, it's still super early, but it's like fleshing out some ideas I've had for a couple years, and it'll come out a bit better once I get my new model, which is going to be closer to like what a Lupiri would look like, almost. Not quite, but it's gonna be fun regardless. And I don't know, I'm just really excited talking about it. I'm like, yeah, maybe I was thinking maybe doing more writing streams at some point too, just to kind of get the old noggin going. But anyways, let's just get back to the video game. Yeah, it's super neat. Like, I haven't, like, most of the stuff was like crazy shit, like because I love sci-fi fantasy stuff, so I was like, well, I kind of just want to include like a weird sci-fi fantasy stuff in this. Like, the nature of the world is like, how do I explain it? It's like, it works like a computer operating system, and like, essentially planets are the connected nodes to like the flow of information where living things exist, and those connection points cause interesting effects on each planet. And one of them, like, you have reincarnation on one of the planets, and it's like it's like the trail from Star Trek. So like, when they reincarnate into a living host, and that host kind of becomes a blend of the two personalities, with consciousness kind of fusing together into one entity, which leads to a strange flow of consciousness thing, which I love. I was just fascinated by it, because a lot of stories are really like hopeless and depressing. Like, whenever I think of Warhammer 40k, I'm just like, what would be like the antithesis to that? And I'm just like, well, what if my story was a little more. Now, honestly, my stories can be really depressing too. Honestly, it's gonna suck, but not in like the good. It's gonna be fun. Can't have the wah. No. But it's more like the people, like the Lupiri, don't give a shit about dying, because they know that they'll come back eventually at some point in a new incarnation, new form. So it's like there's a bit of a culture of like transcendence and like transformation. So it's like also a huge amount of gender fluidity from them. So it's kind of why I love them. But I've been like working on like other stuff, like, oh, what else? Kind of detailing like the other connection points, and like actually one of the main problems is that when a lot of people die on a planet, the souls form a monolith to tear open a hole in the afterlife so the souls can leave. And it's a really devastating event. It can cause like massive calamity damage for people nearby. So it's like, if you get close to it, you get kind of sucked into that vortex, which is like one of the things I've been working on, just kind of pinpointing like where I like on that stuff. So a lot of progress today on the writing front, more than anything. It's just more of like, here's this, here's that. And I've also was kind of fleshing out with like an alien species that like, when their chitin, their exoskeletons are damaged, they partake in a form of what's it called? Hang on one sec. Let me grab it here. Form of Kitsugi, which is basically copying and pasting like their basically gold or minerals into the damaged areas to repair it, and it's just as a countermeasure to basically keep people patched up before they molt. So they kind of become this intergalactic kind of prosthetic artistry, like society that after they basically went to space, they ended up started proffering their skills as like prosthetic vendors and artistic creatives in that regard, which is like I love that, and also building accessibility tools for like other races, so allowing like a certain galactic standard across the board for their ships, so like any race can like interact with something and go, oh, I can pick this up or I can fix this with my tool here that allows me to interact with like the rest of the world, like so stuff like that, which is like fun. Other than that, anyways, that's kind of where a lot of my lore stuff kind of came from in that regard. So let us jump into the game. Oh, the game's not even here. Oh boy. Oh, there it is. Hello, game. Hello, video game. I love you, video game. I'm terrified. I mean, like, last time I played this, like, I had fucking, like, awake, like, being awake and having, like, nightmares. But, like, being awake. Like, you ever be when you're home alone and then you're just scared to walk around your house because you think there's a fucking zombie nearby? I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Like, I got spooked. So it led to a lack of sleep the next night, but it wasn't too bad. But that's why I don't play survival horror games, because they get so spooked. I love it, and it's just because I'm biased towards mycology, bug people, and world building minutia. Yeah! If I want to get into the nitty gritty, like, for me, it's like, I'm always inspired of, like, works that, like, go into the details of stuff like that, where it's like, here's this thing, here's that thing, here's how this thing works. And I'm like, oh, I love it. But, you know, I know show don't tell is like a good literary device, but for me it's like I need to establish the base form for stuff, like how just things connect to each other on a whole level. So yeah, anyways, I guess the universe is a microorganism / computer thing. It's interesting, and I'm just excited to continue work on it now that I have the ability to lately for undisclosed reasons. So anyways, let us continue the game. Die. It's not quite as strong as Resident Evil. But Die Here is pretty good. Let's see where we left off. Okay, anyways. Okay, I can swap my equipment here. So, main objective is probably to swap... How much ammo do I have? Let's see. I have one shot of my grenade launcher. That's not really helpful. I have 4 shots of that. My pistol ammo is good, so maybe, you know what? We're gonna swap out the pistol for the SMG. 1. And we're gonna probably replace the Magnum with the shotgun. Let me get it. I don't think I'm gonna need the Magnum, to be honest. I just would rather have like a shotgun ready to go. Healing items, though. I am low on healing items, so let's go grab those. Yeah. And we have some of those. We'll equip those, and looks good. Alright, let's go! Let's explore! Let's see. Ah, fuck's sake, these things respawned. Oh. Oh yeah, they definitely respawned. Okay. We're gonna do this again. One, 2, 3. We're good! We did it! Yeah, so the Spirit of 3 wasn't actually like the time, it was actually just... It was way dumber than that. It was basically you have to wait for the 3 seconds to get off the platform. Dumb, but kind of reasonable. Okay, so... Task... Access the 3rd floor. Acquire the bumblebee brooch and the butterfly brooch. Okay. Right, we gotta get that. I believe that is the art gallery. I believe the other door is like right here. So actually, you know what? Why don't we go try the butterfly room next? Since we actually haven't gone in here. Okay. That woman, I feel like I almost recognize her from the briefing. Oh dear. Check my phone. Butterfly brooch glidens and stormlight above. The brooch is fast single pin, easily removed. Some kind of chill just went from my body. I guess the thunder startled me. What the fuck? Oh, I'm dead! Oh, I'm dead! Okay. That's unfortunate. The hell? This ain't no time for napping. This place, why does it look like my goddamn headquarters? Okay, yeah, it's same here again. Already go. I guess the thunder startled you. I guess. I say after eating shit. Yeah. No. No, I don't want to use a dose. I want to extract it. Okay. Let's grab one of these. Thunder Buddies for life. Okay. Guess we'll head up. Let's see what the actual deal of this is. Ted Kowalski. Shuckle's gotten you. Shotgun shells, 9mm. Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff. Take a eye, shotgun shells. Magnum bullets. Okay. The movable merge rubble enough can be opened further. Oh! Diary entry. Dearest Diary, January 1896. Winter in unfinished estate, and the unfinished estate has been dark and vicious. Dare not ask my beloved why he brought us here before the house is complete, as his mood is as stormy, as unpredictable as the skies overhead. Letters have arrived financiers, with news of XXXXXX, his longtime partner, having absconded the company funds they once shared. Accordingly, no further funds shall be forthcoming, and Miriam has told me that the ramblings among the workers over small rations and ill health have begun. Oswald insists that this land, rich with the natural resources that built his family fortune long ago, can be put to rights once again. We built this home to raise our children in the tranquility of nature. By night, scraping and shouting at disease and starving men awakens us. My beloved says we must bear it. But what have we become? Oh, that's unfortunate. It's a plant. Okay. No, that killed me still? Okay. I thought it would be safe, like... Okay. That's not the answer, then. I thought hiding in the actual room would prevent me from being struck by lightning. That sucks. Oh, won't let me look. Say... Okay, so... So it's not moving. There has to be an explanation for the whole lightning. I've yet to figure it out, though. Oh, no crap, must have been hit by bolt of lightning while looking around here. Gosh damn, shocked to death. What is the answer to this? Because, like, moving around gets me killed. Is it like standing still that prevents me from dying? Let's see. What is this room called? The ballroom. Oh, I see. I don't have the answer for this. Okay. Well, I think... You know what? There was that wooden brooch, maybe. We couldn't figure it out. So, let's try to get it done. Oh yeah, there's a balcony here. Okay, I need space to work. Okay, I move stuff around. What a shocking development. Plant. Oh, the butterfly brooch. Oh, yes, yes, yes. So, I think I know the answer to this actually now that I've seen it. So there's the heart one. I think the bigger room has the heart. Let's see if I'm right. I mean, I hope I'm right. More blood inside a human would contain blood. It's at least 10 guys worth of blood. Okay, Cherish Blossom, Child of Mine, Bumblebee, and Butterfly. At Death Endures, Our Hearts Shall Ache, Sacred River, Endless Lake. So I think this is the butterfly. And this is the heart. Let's hope this works. Cherish Blossom. So we start with the blossom. Wait. Child of Mine. Okay, Child of Mine next. Bumblebee and Butterfly, which I assume this is Bumblebee. And I think that's the heart statue. So let's go with that. So let's see Butterfly. Death Endures, Our Heart Shall Ache. So River and then Lake, I think. Sacred River, Endless Lake. So I think this is River. Is that clicking noise? Well, if it was some kind of trap, I guess it was a dud. Oh, we did it! Whew! Golden Polish Amber. Made of infinite love. Oh, I already have a wind butterfly brooch. So I guess we'll check that out. Can't believe I almost nearly got flattened like a pancake like the last person. We're already down to like 3 people. That's terrible. Okay. Touches of ease. And then we'll leave it alone. Oh, that was the solution. Thank God. Okay. Guess we'll continue. Okay, to the parlor. I'm going to assume this is what works here. It's fucked up. I don't want anything to do with this unless something amazing is in it. Okay. I want to be surprised this thing Rick display blood at me. Casket opens. 9mm magazine! Wow, kind of underwhelming item to find in here relative to how fucked up it was to open this thing. Woo! I swear to Glorb! Why? Why would you do that to me? Oh. Casket opens. No dead kid. Magnum tuning kit. If Eric gets his hand on this, it'll be game over. Okay, we got the Magnum kit. That's nice. Let's go ahead head back upstairs to the 3rd floor, because that's where those 2 slots were. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Okay. Good. Mere presence, the butterfly brooch and butterfly brooch and bumblebee brooch seem to unlock the door spontaneously. They remain in your possession. Okay. Okay. Oh, is this the elevator that leads down? Oh my goodness, it is. It's the basement elevator, chat. And I have to use the bathroom. One moment. Love you guys. Oh boy, oh boy. Startled. Sound effects. Okay. Let's continue this puzzle. I'm gonna put my glasses on because I have trouble reading the stuff. Alright, let's head back upstairs. We need stuff from the 3rd floor anyway. Magnum bullets, nice. Whoa! Whoa! Hello? Remy, oh my gosh! Son Remy, oh gosh! Oh, okay. Oh, I'm scared. Hello? I'm Sherry. I'm the biggest Swift Flame Bear, and I'm a variety VTuber and streamer. Every game we play is another universe saved. Welcome, Raiders, welcome! How is 14? Again! Ice! Why? Why do you keep doing this? Take care, friend. Get supported. Oh, I'm getting supported on, alright. Oh boy. I'm going to keep getting startled by the pipes, and then a zombie is going to appear, and I'm going to shit my pants. Oh god, it smells like the last day of Shaggy Con. Okay. Okay, there's a lot of webs. Like, there's a key in the fireplace, and I don't think I was carried by a bunch of spiders. Uh-oh. Oh, giant spider! Where? Fuck! It also kind of looks like it's style rather. It is the style rather than use Dios tonight. Oh, looks like oh, I think it was from a couple years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Eric! Let's go. Ow, my head. Did I fall asleep at the headquarters while they were renovating it? Why is all the furniture moving around? Where did everyone go? Where's Ashley? Okay, we're gonna mod the Magnum. Or Magnum-y. acquire the DWCB.357 Magnum tuned. Great Buck Red, call me 100 killing. Okay. We're good. We have, like, so much ammo. We're gonna grab some healing items. Yeah, this game is basically a blend of Resident Evil and House of the Dead, where it's Resident Evil exploration, but like House of the Dead combat. It's really good. Really fun. Very challenging in some regards. Shit. I think it's safer to actually route my way up the stairs. Yeah. It definitely wears its influence on its sleeve, and the zombies suck a lot. And if you get bitten, you get infected, and you have to go get an injector. But there's a limited amount of them. Only one character is immune, but she's really squishy. So, like, it really depends on, like, who you're going with and why. And the puzzles can instantly kill you, so you end up swapping back to another character. The gameplay looks really cool. It's just like, wow. Re-dead aim. Wow. Wow. Oh. Shiny key. Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna tempt spider number 2. And it's dead. Okay. That shiny key in the fire vanished in thin air. You telling me the spider is a giant and a magician? Somebody stole this crap mic. Screw around, pal, but I hate this place. Lots of ammo. Lots of shotgun rounds. Really good. Strains and contorted impressions in the bedding suggest long and agonizing convalescence. It was a Resident Evil game that had third-person exploration and first-person combat. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I get it, I get it. Get a cool parry in this one, though. You get a shield. Shield has a good parry window, too. June 1896. Dara, you've become the only friend upon which I can rely. After being pressed into work despite his tender years, Miriam's son Isaac grew sympathetic to the wretched plight of his fellow man. Having been caught stealing food from our private stores to distribute to his fellows, he was swiftly caught and executed by Oswald and his personal retinue, a vile group of cutthroats and murderers who remain loyal to our family, only by virtue of what little we have to bribe them with. Tonight, with the strength of Miriam's shoulder and the power of Oswald's fatherly gaze, I shall make my way to our ballroom for tea and with Roberta, who has foolishly taken the wandering. Remain the pages burned. Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hands running flesh smells overpowering. It's like a fetch of butler body parts in there. Yeah, I'm not going after that fucking thing. Fuck that. Alright, we're in the bathroom. Nothing bad ever happens in the bathroom. It means distinctly turn to one side. Tilt it? Yeah, why not? Oh. Oh, I'm dead. This picture made a huge wall noise. I better stop touching it before the entire house collapses. Toilet filled with filthy standing water. Reach into the toilet. Yeah. Magnum bullets. I don't know what that did, but it did something. Man, this room sucks. Okay. Very dead aim. Wasn't that the one where it's with the amnesiac? Okay, we have a door to our left. And more spiderweb cocoons. That's not pleasant. Oh. Lovely. Skitter in and out of teapots. They drag small pieces of flesh across the plates and cups. Ew. Oh, another spider Mountains of dead spiders have been half eaten, buried in the black ashes. Uh-oh. That's really cool. We stand girl bosses. Okay, we're gonna go up. Arch has a trunk. Open it. Grenade launcher upgrade. Nice. 9mm ammo. I mean, the spider must be hanging out in here. Cobwebs and briquettes just of a forgotten former life. There's a health pack. More ammo. More shotgun shells. The key! With the spider probably right there. You're supposed to be teeny tiny! I'm gonna fuck you up. Where are you? Got it. Oh shit! Spiders! No, you don't. Where are you? Oh, we got it! We got it! Wow. I thought being a giant spider would save you, but you forgot about one thing. I'm an asshole! Wow. What a fucking hero. What a line. Fire the garden gate key. Can't wait to get to the garden, find the team, and take off the chopper. This guy fucking rules. I know! Take off in our chopper. I'm pretty sure we brought a chain gun for shooting at guys while we fly away. Oh, shit. Oh, I love that that thing fucking twitched. Oh, it's so good. How's my health doing? I'm good. Not even infected. The other guy's really good too. One of the other guys left is also like super cool and chill. But we are still alive, so we won't get to see him just yet. How very Resident Evil just having a freaking giant spider to fight. How cliche in the best way. There are liquor enemies and they're maids. I wonder what that tilt did. Oh, it's possible that the master bath opened up Roberta's room. Okay. Pursue undefined man in the garden. Oh, yeah, this room. No dial tone. Oh, another one. Child feels no pain. His eyes have become luminescent in the dark. They shine through the filthy bars of the cell. On all sides, he sits surrounded by the living remains of our household staff. They cry out in starvation, pain, and suffering. The boy merely stares. My experiments continue. I shall recreate his affliction in the others, perfecting the liabilities as I proceed, and ultimately render a divine iteration of it to those whom I love most. Nothing shall dissuade me from this path. Oh. Bit of a Wesker vibe to this guy. Or, not Wesker, Birkin. That's a maid's corpse. Tower room. What's it? Kind of gone that way. I guess we should just go to the garden. See if there's any equipment or supplies lying about. I have enough Magnum rounds, but I really want that grenade launcher ammo. One of the characters though is clearly just supposed to be Wesker, but she's like, but the twist is that she's like being forced in this shitty game too, which I think that is like an interesting idea. Where Wesker is like, my plans. She's like, oh, I'll do what I'll order to, but fuck you for making me do this. Tight. I don't have a helicopter key just yet. Alright, ammo replenished. I think this dude is supposed to be Chris. He has that silly vibe. Okay, here goes. Hedge maze? Let's have a garden. Are we gonna be going into a hedge maze while being chased by something? Yes. These waiters thought I wouldn't recognize them. They changed outfits? That's silly. Oh, there's something here. So catches the eye. More shotgun rounds. Nice. I think I'm maxed out on shotgun rounds, though. I think I'll save my shotgun for... Oh. Dead. There's a lot of them hanging around. I was hoping to save some ammo on that one. Okay. Okay. How? Oh, it takes 3 bullets to take him out, so... Let's hold on to this. Shotgun shells. All of them are down. Way to go, me. Oh, more 9mm. I think that's like a net gain, to be honest. Oh shit. Shit. Took damage, but luckily he was just throwing a hedge knife at me, so we're good. No infection, so don't need to worry about that. Zombies in this? Well, yeah. Also, I kind of love that they're like kind of based on the Las Plagas from RE4. Always a fun time. Okay, so there wasn't really anything there. Unfortunate. Zombies are in this episode? Wow, wow, Ice. I get that reference. I hate that I get that reference. How could you do this to me? Alright, I'll patch yourself up and then grab this first aid kit. There's a bunch back at base from all the people that died. Who's gonna need those? Okay. Oh. Easy. I'm just glad I haven't encountered a maid yet. Grenade launcher kit! Oh, I hope I find an SMG kit. That'd be rad. Or a shotgun kit, honestly. I will also take a K coin. Did I go this way yet? Yeah, I did. The trick to these mages is always hugging the right wall. Oh, there's the knights. Oh, hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate redeem ice. Fresh. Okay. It's a lever, pull it. Okay. That's a 1. Lucky me. Let's keep going. We can turn back and upgrade our weapon later. Okay, went that way. Actually, made sure to drink water this time. Okay, this looks new. Dead. 3 shots, enough to kill one of them. Here's the other gate. Hmm. Well, I guess that's kind of it. I think. Let's go back and tune our grenade launcher. How are we doing on ammo? I know I'm going to need the grenade launcher. That's why I'm about to go tune it. This looks like a boss fight room. Make a grenade launcher, more laundry. Let's see. Locked and loaded. It's killing time. Alright, let's swap equipment. There we go. And we have 5 rounds. That should last us a while. You know, we never did figure out what the magic 8 balls did. Let's see, yeah. I give up. I don't think we need it. S&G is already really strong. Unless the upgrade kit is hiding out in the room where you were killed by the poison gas. That'd be silly. And I really don't want to waste another K coin just to go and see. Because I'll have to pick him again, like it's for the second time around to just upgrade my gear. It's just not worth it. Alright, let's do this. Don't doubt my skills just yet. I'm back in time with a shitload of guns and fighting a bunch of medieval knights in big armor. It's all I think about anyways. Let's do it. Alright, evil dead guy. Alright. Alright. Whoop. No, you don't! No, you don't, Ice! Cease this madness! Ha 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 ha. What hope did you have? What hope did you have, good sir? If I had to go back to that lab and invent a gun that can shoot you, I will. Hand over the helicopter key. The rain stopped when it was just about to take my shirt off. Helicopter key? Sure hope it's the same one I was chasing that guy over. Well, fuck it. Alright, a helicopter key. Oh, we only have 2 shots in here. Nope. Nope. Can't stop me. I'm too good. We're gonna go reload our ammo, if we can. I'm gonna grab some more mysterious liquid vials, because I have a feeling we're gonna need it. Because my favorite kind of liquid is mysterious liquid. Why is my... Uh-oh. Okay, gonna need the first aid kit. Let's go get that. Oh, damn it. I feel like going back. Alright. Yep. Not running away. Just have to go to the washroom. I like the washroom at the office. I'll be right back. What? Big O? Park wreckage hall of unfavorable results. Helicopter explosion, a memory that isn't mine. How do I know this? Who am I? Okay. That was a lot. Okay, we need the brass knuckles bad. First, let's see. Let's talk to everyone first. Yeah, Mike, you do cyber. Only on weekends. He doesn't remember anything. Yeah. Hello, Dr. Olson. Your rank is formal. Senior colleaguing a mission. Memo. Hello, Dr. Olson. Sorry for your loss is. You share in the pain and memories of your comrades. The experience of a helicopter collision will be traumatic. Were you able to contact me here? Firewall is disabled by Specialist Kelly under the auspices of an imaginary relationship. Let's move on. New mission, True Escape. Dr. Olson, we are trapped in a simulation. You do not intervene, it will continue forever. You must destroy the wall in the captain's office. You must find the facility within the facility. You must confront the director. Everything required to destroy the wall can be found here, so long as you set the required events in motion. Destroy the wall. You mean the window? It's an illusion? Yes, Sergeant Rodriguez has a pair of brass knuckles atop his desk. That will begin the chain. I'll create a distraction. You also need the armory key. The captain must be intrigued by the game in his office, before you can take the key off the wall. If the captain is not intrigued, you may still need to find the final move he requires. If you do not have that shared memory, you may need to return to the mansion. Good luck. The smell, the computer man. Stupid machine is on fire. He went over the clock again. Yep. Said brass knuckles dark around the edges. This'll pack a punch. Okay, yep. Okay, that's about the same. Oh, we got an ad break. Okay. Hold on, I'll stop for a bit. Alright, ad break over! We're back. Okay, so the gimmick here is that we needed the brass knuckles for this desk because apparently we're in a simulation. And in order to start the chain of events, we require the knuckles to begin. Oh, I didn't need to do that. I just wanted to... Yeah. And Captain needs to be intrigued by the game. Good luck. Okay. Told you these glorified clock radios would betray us, cabron. Specialist Mike Kelly, sports drinks, bottles. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so what we're gonna do... I think the best way to get the key is to knock this guy out. Wait. No. Yes? He needs to be intrigued by the game to get his keys. Game seems to reach pivotal mode, Captain. You've been trying to beat a guy named Karakin. Over the internet. Can't figure him out. Beats me every time. I know how to beat him. I'll have to figure it out myself, Colonel. I just need a little tip for some time to think about it. Respectable. A hint, then. All comes down to your queen, pawn, rook, and knight. Outstanding. Now get the hell out of here and let me contemplate. Oh, that was easier than I thought. What's that to say? Queen, pawn, rook, and knight. Alright. Let's pick that fight. Because we're going to knock this motherfucker out. Take that. Don't shoot! I have explanations to take forever. Wait, what are we talking about? Seems no memory mission. Here, Isak, you're your weapon ready. Feel free to shoot any phony guys. Yep. Yep. Okay, put up your guard. Hit me. Not so hard. Yeah, get knocked out! Consciousness. In this case, I'm not sure if the contrast is significant. Nothing else, I sure hope he appreciates the nap. Oh, I knocked him the fuck out. Oh, my noggin. Holy shit, this is great. Okay, we're in the armory now. The grenade launcher! It's been anxious to keep me away from. clearly capable of incredible destructive force. Take it? Yeah. Sir, you're watching us, Director, so by all means, make your move. Oh. Irritating alarm, is that all? Gas. Gas. Ah, some kind of poisonous gas, and yet I'm not affected. I suspect that the Kirkin has somehow planned for all these contingencies. Apologies, Director, but I believe you'll have to kill me the old-fashioned way. I start blowing this entire place to pieces the moment I step out of this room. Filled with near infinite amount of weaponry and ammunition. You'll expect you'll ever run out again. Near infinite, huh? I know how athletic you are, Lieutenant. Catch this! Sanguination? It's very strange. I just like the idea of bleeding myself, but this doesn't bother me at all. Alright. Relatively peaceful death, at least. Alright, we're gonna have to kill them both. Oops. Okay. Dead. Sanguination. His injuries must have been very severe. The captain's very experienced with trauma. Oh, we didn't talk to... We didn't... Oh, they're just pulped. So that's my resignation. Holy shit. Kirkin was telling the truth. Facility within the facility. What's up, the director? Find the Ocean Archive. Complete the archive by finding additional pages. As you know, Ares has emerged as one of our leading projects in what we anticipate will be the wide-ranging product line of post-disaster state security solutions. Capricorn and Libra are close competitors, but I believe we can make the most compelling case at your end without additional funding from the board. However, I fear that our long-term progress will inevitably fail. With our research into the parasite maturing, we have now managed to achieve considerable stability on projects in the post-mortality stage. They are both perfectly obedient when controlled by the Kirkin system, and as ferocious and deaf as they were in life. Though Ares, our clients will be able to suffer enormous casualties and still return quickly to full combat and security readiness. Post-mortal soldiers can perform any number of basic duties required for riot control, trespasser deterrence, and beyond, and our research into even more advanced form of parasite continue. Oh, we're all infected, and we're basically being puppeted by a robot. Locker opens. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Looking features to block your tap. Here's the link that we open without power. Oh. Oh, that's wild. Oh, lasers. Lasers designed cut for warships. That should be flattened. Flattered the director is willing to annihilate me at such expenses. Oh, there they are. Holy shit. Ares division. Clones of all of them. We're never being resurrected, we were being replaced. And yet I see no instance of myself. And Monroe, no doubt there are hundreds of him. But not for long. Oh, shit. Well, that worked. Monroe. He was never never more than a pawn. I suppose he was no different. Worker clone performed Jeff Monroe. Clones, huh? You know, fuck it. What's this? Another laser hallway? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This is so cool. Okay, okay. Oh shit, big lasers. Oh. Go. Infinite credits? What the fuck? The hand switch, flip it. Yes. Early experiments with the K series of parasite subjects have been steeped in difficulty, but I believe we are on the verge of breakthrough. It is a long-held theory among our researchers that the key to creating more powerful variants was to infect subjects far earlier in the life cycle, providing the parasites more time to naturally mature and synthesize with its host. At this juncture, a confession from the must be made. Many years ago, Ocean made the decision to circumvent standard protocols and inject the parasite into a new recruit. Corporation that proceeded to invest in a carefully orchestrated educational career path that would enable us to harvest her decades later with the hope of creating a specimen that would function not merely as a soldier but as a leader. For the next 2 years, the board has approved to us prepare this for a simulation that will put us all our theories about Subject K to the test, as well as gather new data on existing variants as well. Oh, I see. Oh, I see what's happening here. Okay, so she's a clone. Not a clone. Clones of myself, but it would seem that something set me apart from the others. Oh! Wow! There it is! Something enabled me to become an abomination. Alright. Catherine X? Code Veronica? Alright. Sick. Oh, I see. Oh, doing Wesker shit too. Yeah, get away from me. Got her! I'm not some toy in a tank, Director. I'm alive. I'm a human being, and I'm heavily fucking armed. Oh, this is cool. Senseless fusion of humanity and hatred resembles a sickening, terrifying, pitiful all at once. Early experience with the K series of Parasite subjects have been steeped in difficulty. Believe Breaker and Verge Breaker is long held serum. Oh, yeah. Expansion area ready to begin. Some of them have been taking issue with the amount of pageantry and agorism chosen for the setting. Remain steadfast that creating an environment of supernatural uncertainty is the closest analog possible to the utter alienation of a post-apocalyptic world. Our clients need to believe that our products will be functioning effectively in the conditions that are confusing, stressful, and foreign. On the subject of effectiveness, I must also reprimand those of you who have expressed concern about the Kirkin subsystem. As an AI, the Kirkin may seem capable of going rogue, but multiple safeguards are put in place against that very purpose. Confidence in Kirkin is integral to the success of the project itself. Without it, our customers will continue to harbor doubts that command and control of parasitic harmonized subjects and their replicants is ultimately realistic. This is the last we will speak of this matter. Okay. We're getting there. This is really fucking cool. Just 3 minutes left. Shit. I know you can hear me, you piece of shit. You're going to pay for what you've done to me, to all of us. Somehow, someday, we're going home. An elevator. Controls, Simmons platform, star elevator, yeah. Oh, is she back? They built you to be a better version of the person I spent a lifetime becoming. I hope you believe it. Because I'm a million times worse than you'll ever be. Where is she? Where's that bitch? Eat shit. Holy shit. Getting some RE2 from that too. Was it RE1 or 2 with Birkin becoming infected? Impressive. I hope you'll have a final card to play, Director. It would be a shame for you to fall just short of all of your hopes and dreams. Oh, we're here. No more secrets, no more hiding. There's nowhere left to run, Director, and I have the strangest feeling this is where I'm meant to find you. Director, we meet at last. No, Catherine. We've met before. Oh, hi, Cat. Oh, poor kitties. No, you disappoint me. You are a fine discretion, my one true daughter. When extinction threatened humanity, you would have been the phoenix that rose in the ashes. You would have kept the peace in a world of unimaginable despair. I'm not the Director, but I am his instrument. My goal was to destroy you before our paths crossed, so your series could be preserved, so that the Ares project could continue. Sadly, that is no longer a possibility. Unlike the others, your memories cannot be erased, and no doubt this meeting is precisely what the Kirkin intended. It knows I have to kill you. It knows you stand no chance against me. It knows that the dismantling of Ares will lead to the merciful end it seeks. But let me ask you this. Did you really believe Kirkin was your ally? It's custodian. It has no meaning. It controls nothing but gears and levers, switches and screens, mechanisms and... Oh. Crates, evidently. If I know Kirkin by now, it would have provided me precisely what I need. Is this... Yeah! Alright. Oh, it's a laser cannon. I thought it was a rocket launcher. D68 laser cannon. What happened to us was wrong. We were captured, cloned, brainwashed. And yet, no matter how much I crave revenge, I find myself looking forward to a life in which violence is no longer the answer to all my problems. I cannot change who I am, but I can change who I'll become. And I'll kill every single person, colleague, or fucked up version of myself who stands in my way. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. Now, where is the Director? Damn. That thing would not die. Oh. Oh? Oh, we're here. Oh, shit. Oh, that rules! Oh, that fucking rules! What? Wow. That was so cool. You beat the game! I sure did. What an ending. Oh, this music kind of rules, though. Won't you die here with me? Well, I guess I did die here tonight. Oh, man. I don't know, man. That game freaking ruled. I love the twist at the end. Just clone. You're the super soldier to survive the post-apocalypse. You're really, really strong and busted. And then I love that they, like, the helicopter escaping was... that was really funny to me. I was like, ah, you escaped! Explode! And then having memories as the loops was also really cool. Probably resurrecting yourself with the parasite inside of you. That is so cool. And that's how it ends. Thanks for playing. Oh, yeah. So this game, I think, is still on sale for the Zombies and Vampires Fest, currently on Steam. It's a really great game. I highly recommend getting it. Alright. So that was You Will Die Here Tonight. That was awesome. That frickin' ruled. We're gonna continue the video game by playing something else. Let me go ahead and uninstall. So we're not gonna be playing that anymore. And then we're gonna boot up Stories from Seoul and continue that story. Arguably, that was a really big highlight. Let me go ahead and change the game. I guess Cherry really did die here tonight. Wow. Okay, got that. Alright. What a video game. What a video game. Alright, let's get this booted up. Hopefully we don't have any weird frequency issues. But it looks like we'd have to adjust it slightly. Here, I'm gonna transform. I wish there was a way to auto do that. There we go. Alright, here we go. Okay, let me go ahead and make a quick post. We also have a Discord, if anyone wants to join for more updates, or to hang out. Always love it. Let me go ahead and post here. Ba-ba. Ba ba ba. Alright. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Load. Okay, so what was our most recent save? Uh-oh. 33. I think this one. Take the empty dice from Dalton and turn it over a few times to investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely a well-fight plastic shell, with a handle attached allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs across the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you released, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens buttons, yeah. Maybe a quick rundown how to use this? Yeah, you guess the entry to oh yeah. We did this already. Hold on. We're just trying to find it. I think this actually is it right here. Pause for a moment, you see him take stock of everyone present. Show a sense up you and Barry clench your jaw as he heads straight toward you. At the last moment, he steps to your side, takes a place in line next to you without a sideways glance. Being on edge, but your attention is quickly taken by the captain as she finishes reviewing the readouts and control panel on her chair stands up. At ease! Four of you relax slightly, although with the exception of Hasan, you all managed to form a stance. Now that we're all assembled, we can begin. First of all, well done to all of you for actions while I was indisposed. For a brief moment, the captain's eyes meet yours, and you do your best not to react. Aside from the doctor, you were confident that you were the only person on board who knew the nature of the captain's indisposition. Despite your best efforts, you scowl slightly. You haven't had much time to think about anything beyond the situation at hand. The information and report you read had begun to creep into your thoughts. You knew that now wasn't the time to bring up, but eventually you need to deal with this information in one way or another. Closing your eyes and exhaling, you try to return to your face to its neutral countenance, and hope that the captain didn't notice that flicker of emotion. As you push your thoughts regarding the report to one side, you instead find yourself wondering if the captain is currently in the fit state to be organizing a mission. Your cooperation, ingenuity, and composure under pressure have been noted. We're recommending formal awards to be applied to your records. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Vanessa nodding in agreement. Can't wait for the technical difficulties. Oh, Ice, wow. We'll see if the game decides to glitch out again. Out of the corner of your eyes, you notice Vanessa in agreement, but the rest of you remain still. Now on to the matter at hand. As of 11:47... Ice, I swear! Why? Why must you do this? Why must pipe happen? As 11:47 Jovian Standard Time, a signal of unknown origin was received when shut down not only just the Gundog's central computer, but also all of his emergency backup systems as well. With Commander Quinn unexpectedly taken ill, Lieutenant Lord took command, and Lieutenant Steele was able to carry out her plan to access the hangar via the external airlock. You're too busy carrying out the assessment of the ship's systems alongside Dalton to submit an incident report, and you knew that the chief had been tasked by Vanessa while locating the unresponsive O'Brien. You bite your tongue and glance back to Vanessa, who nods again, the corners of the mouth curling upwards. Oh, Vanessa, you suck. The captain is clearly working from a biased interpretation of events. From there, Lieutenant Steele is able to obtain a portable sub-terminal, and a code to reactivation of the central computer, a process she carried out successfully at 1327. Although the Gundog is now operational, we have not been able to make contact with the O'Brien. We can only assume that whatever interfered with the Gundog systems had the same impact on the O'Brien. Fortunately, it would appear their crew have not been able to reactivate systems, as we had received no communications from them whatsoever. Chief Cappies, do we have an update on the O'Brien? Group turns to look at Chief as she steps forward from realize that this is the first time you've seen her outside of engineering on the hangar. Though she stands as tall as ever, there's something about her presence that feels diminished. Yes, ma'am? We've not had a response from the O'Brien's transponder, and the normal sensors haven't been able to pick up any of the usual activity from a ship. However, Hang on one moment. Continuing. That is, Lieutenant Lord and I realized that by using the infrared targeting sensors and fire control, we could pick up the O'Brien itself as it were debris. Look at it at 43 degrees off the starboard bow at a distance of roughly 300 kilometers. Oh no, I'm fine, just a quick text. Resolution gets a bit scrappy at the range, but we're not seeing any external signs of activity. I see. Lieutenant Lord, how long until we dock with them to provide assistance? I think Chief is best equipped to handle that question, ma'am. Chief pauses for a moment. You know the answer to this question, but so should the Chief and Vanessa. As the science drags on, you begin to wonder why neither of them are forthcoming. Let me just make sure the audio is not too loud. Chief Cappies? Pause only becomes more loaded as seconds pass. Whilst you have no idea what's happening here, you feel the tension between Chief and Vanessa build. Wait, what happened? Sounds good. Okay, answer the question. Although you can tell something is going on between the two of them, you know that the crew of the O'Brien must be in a similar situation to the one you just faced. Without immediate assistance, they were at risk of running out of breathable air very soon. Put up with enough from Vanessa for today, and weren't able to let her petty power plays get in the way of helping your comrades. Second it? Oh good. We can't. It's the engines, ma'am. They're still offline. What's that, Lieutenant? Whilst Cadet Grant and I were assisting the ship for faults and security issues, found the engines had failed to restart. Diagnostics show the forced shutdown put the nuclear pulse engines offline, needing to be manually reactivated. Captain lets out an exasperated sigh as she hears this information, making no effort to conceal frustration. How long until they can be back online? Prepare to answer with what Dalton had told you, but you're cut off by the Chief. Looking at 6 hours, ma'am. We've been preoccupied finding O'Brien. So, I haven't had the opportunity to begin the startup process to get them running again. Captain follows the information with another sigh. You'd always thought of her as a distant or disinterested, but considering her current state, you had to wonder how much of it that was her simply working her way for the hangover. I see. Captain stands silent for a moment, keeping her eyes closed and pinching the bridge of her nose with thumb and forefingers. Suddenly, her eyes open, she stands completely upright, assuming a posture you're surprised to see from her that manages to communicate an air of not just authority but capability. We'll be carrying out a mission as follows. 4 of you snap back to attention. Even Hansen seems to take this announcement seriously. As we're not able to reach O'Brien, the Gundog to precise sword will be doing the next best thing. As and Cruz said, Steel will head over in an armored frame to provide assistance. Clutch your teeth and your body goes rigid. Not only would this be your second trip into space in the span of a few hours, you'll be doing it with Hansen for company. Eyes darted across to Hansen, his attention remains on the captain. You can't be sure, but you swear you can see a flicker of smile on his face. We'll be working on the assumption that the same issues affecting the Gundog are affecting the Bryan, so Lieutenant Steele will take a portable sub-terminal, locate the captain for second in command, and then utilize their access codes to assist their chief engineer in reactivating the ship. If there are complications, or we're too late, then our second priority will be to attain to O'Brien's black box. At the very least, we can hopefully gather some information on what's out there that can immediately disable 2 Swift-class ships. Lieutenant Steele, Ensign Cruz, do you both understand? The pair of you salute and in unison respond. Yes, Captain. Yes, Captain! Chief Cappies, I want you to provide a fully charged portable subterminal and guidance on removing a Swift-class black box. After that, prepare Gundog 1 for launch, and then I want those engines back online. Understood? Yes, Captain. Lieutenant Lord, you'll be overseeing this mission. Understood? Yes, Captain. Very good, it's 1603. This mission commenced at 1630. Dismissed. With this final instruction out of the way, you all salute the captain and then turn to leave. Chief is the first of you to reach out to the elevators, and she steps into one without waiting for anyone else, pressing a button for her destination disappearing behind its two doors as they hiss shut. Without paying any attention, Vanessa and Hanson both step onto the remaining elevator, with Vanessa hitting a button as soon as the pair are boarded. As the doors close, you see her turn to Hanson, cross her arms, and begin to speak, but her words are cut off before you can hear them. Remain on the silent bridge with the captain, who you hear return to her chair. Whilst you wait for an elevator return, you go over to what might need to do in your head. It'll be the Chief's responsibility to get you a charged portable sub-terminal, and it's Delta will be responsible for pre-flight checks. Aside from getting a spacesuit for the hangar, you realize you don't really have anything you need to do before the mission starts. Less than half an hour to go before you're taking off. You don't have much time to do anything either, though. Might have the opportunity to visit a few other crew members and check in on them, but it might be a push to visit everyone. Eventually, the elevator the Chief left returns, and the door hisses open. Alright. We're good! Yes, Lieutenant, can I help you? Thought you know what you wanted to ask Captain, but the moment you find the words catch your throat, you're suddenly unsure of yourself. You got lots of questions, not a lot of time. Guess I have some of these questions more dangerous than others. I have a mission to prepare, and you need to report an armored frame to Ensign Cruz soon. Got something to say, I suggest you do so quickly. I don't have a lot of time to complete this mission plan, so I can't talk with you for long. The Captain's first response decided to show focus on one thing that's most important to you right now. Why was Ensign Cruz here? About your condition. Okay. About the original mission, about your condition. Draw a deep breath and hold on to it for a moment. You're well aware of the risk of what you're about to ask, but you know you couldn't ignore seeing the captain's quarters, especially as she was about to send you out on a mission. Just looking to check in with you that, I'll help you try to find the most diplomatic way to word your concerns. I wanted to make sure that you were... Pause again. Alright before I headed off. I ask why you'd want to inquire about whether I'm alright, Lieutenant? The previous conviction about the wisdom of this line of questioning begins to slowly fade under the captain's firm gaze. Well, it's just after the condition you were in when I was in your quarters, Stomach sinks like a rock, and you feel a chill move down your back as the captain strikes you. Words catch in the throat, you find you're stumped by your look, unable to move or think. Lieutenant Steele, any condition I may have is thoroughly understood and managed by the ship's doctor, whose responsibility is to ensure that I'm fit for duty. Such is not in the head of security's task to make sure that I'm alright. Is that understood? No other option available. You agreed to silently nod. You head before releasing a strangled yes, ma'am. Well, thank you for your concern, Lieutenant, but if that's all, then I have a mission to plan to complete. Yes, Captain. Very good, dismissed. Alright, we'll move. The elevator doors open, you get confronted by Vanessa standing in front of you, her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. Well, it took you long enough, Lieutenant Steele. Sidestep to her and make your way to the central hub. As you do, she turns to follow you. My apologies, Lieutenant. I didn't realize I was needed so urgently. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Steele. Frustration with Vanessa has cooled over the past few hours as you spent time at Dalton, carrying out duties that kept you well away from her. But back in her presence, you remembered how tense things had got between you and the bridge over the radio. Lieutenant Lord, I got a mission to be preparing for. Is there anything I can help you with right now? Or can I get going? It's nothing much, Lieutenant. I just wanted to say that you did a good job on getting the Gundog operational again. Oh, good! Something about Vanessa's manner makes me instantly uneasy. Considering how she behaved recently, praise was the last thing you expected. Thanks! Yeah, thanks! I did what I had to do. And for that, you've received much-deserved commendation of record. Well, I should begin to walk away again. We'll need to deal with whatever mind games Vanessa was attempting to play. Hang on one moment. I'm opening up some, seaweed, roasted seaweed. Want a little snamk. Wait a moment, Lieutenant Steele. All I want to do was congratulate you. You deserve it as a member of the crew who's gone above and beyond. What's this about, Lieutenant? Yeah, ask your patient sitting rapidly. Straight to the task at hand! That's what I like about you, Lieutenant. Seaweed, nom. Now, a proficient and able crew member like yourself, you know what it means to do your duty, but you've seen how the captain and her second carry out their affairs on the ship. What are you getting at? All I want to know, Lieutenant, is whether you think that crew members like yourself, Chief Engineer Cactus, Cadet Grange, and the rest deserve a competent commander. Oh, I'm not playing this. I am not playing this. I am not playing this game with her. Because if you're going to be like this, you recently discover that the captain comes back to from your mind, but instead of answering, you make a move to walk past Vanessa, fully intending on getting involved whatever she's planning. Hey Laura, I really don't have time for this. Based on your recent conduct, Lieutenant, you seem pretty reliable, so I want to let you know ahead of time. I'll be keeping a close eye on this mission to see who's capable and who isn't. It's important to know who you can trust to do what needs to be done after all. Anyway, nice to talk with you, Lieutenant. Good luck on the upcoming mission. That Vanessa turns her heel and heads off towards the Forsyth thoroughfare, leaving you alone in the central hub. Oh, Lieutenant! Do your best. I'll be watching. I don't like her. Sickbay. Have your door slide open, you raise your hand to shield your eyes in the aggressive glare of sickbay's powerful lighting. As you've come to expect, a strong scent of clinical disinfectant pervades the room. As harsh it is, it's indefinitely preferable to the powerful odor of the captain's quarters. Scanning the room, you see that everything seems to be in order. The doctor sits at his desk, absorbed in his datapad. All the medical supplies are carefully arranged in their cabinets, and the surgery wing continues to look immaculate. Only thing out of place is... Cassandra, there she is! Sherry! Yay! Sandra had been idly laying back on one of the beds, playing with her hair. Had seen you the moment you'd stepped into the room and swung her legs around to the side of the bed, launching yourself off it and towards you. Heard all about how you'd... Ah! Whoa, Casey, careful! Dart forward just in time to grab her before she stumbled, taking it on into the fall. Alright, let's get you back to your bed. Ah, thanks, Cherry. In one swift motion, you scoop Casey up in your arms and carry her back to the beds, setting her down on the one she'd just been lying on. Okay. Think I just made that journey on my own, you know? Well, better safe than sorry, right? Still looking after me after everything you've done already. My hero. Aw. Cheeks go flushed and you look away for a moment. Captain's acknowledgement of your actions has been so perfunctory that it's barely registered, but Casey's wholehearted praise as you suddenly feel sheepish. No, it wasn't a big deal, it's just that what I had to do. Pretty sure anyone else would have done the same thing if they were in my position. Don't sell yourself short, Cherry. It is a big deal. Saving the entire crew from a complete system failure of no chain of command is exactly something that we get trained for. Plus, I didn't hear about anyone else going on a spacewalk from one end of the ship to the other to get that equipment they needed. Doing all that doesn't make you a hero, I don't know what does. You smile and look back to Casey. As self-conscious as you feel, being called a hero, her assessment of events isn't wrong. Thanks, Casey. Pretty sure I should still be thanking you, Cherry. I don't think Vanessa could have carried me down here like you did. Bite your tongue in case it's mentioned Vanessa. You have a strong feeling that Vanessa wouldn't have even tried. Push the thought from your mind. You don't have much time to Casey before your mission is due to begin, and the last thing you want to be doing is thinking about Vanessa. Don't worry about it. How are you doing anyway? Oh, me? I'm doing great, aren't I, Doc? Well, he doesn't look up from his stab hat. You see a flicker of recognition in the doctor's face. No, Miss Quinn, you're not doing great. You had a sudden intensive migraine followed by an unexplained extended loss of consciousness, which in turn has been followed by a persistent ongoing headache. Not look at describing the condition as great. Casey, why didn't you tell me you were still feeling bad? Oh, come on. What are you, my doctor? No, Miss Quinn, she is not your doctor. It's an expression, Doc. So, I've got a bit of a headache right now, if it's nothing. It's probably because I pulled a double shift to cover the captain without eating anything but a bag of chips and 3 chocolate bars. Casey! It's Quinn, you advised me to be sticking regulars to your NutriShake schedule I laid out for you. Okay, everyone. Okay, jeez. I know, but here I am, hydrated and full of electrolytes, on doctor's orders. I'm going to be fine. So anyway, how are you doing, Cherry? Are you able to finish your shift now that the gun dog's back up and running? And you've made sure that everything's okay? Well, actually, we've not been able to make contact with the O'Briens, so I've been ordered to head over there in an armored frame. Oh no, honey, that seems really... Hanson. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. How are you feeling about it? I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, I'm not really looking forward to it. Let out a deep sigh as various thoughts about the mission fill your mind. Not sure what's going to be worse, being stuck inside an AF with him for the flight over, or having to work with him once we get on board the O'Brien. I'll be a superior officer whilst we're over there. Don't even want to think about how you'll take that. Taper off as you begin to mentally run through all the terrible outcomes you can imagine coming from such a situation. Hey, don't worry about it. Such as Hansen is, like he is, he's still a part of the JCF and one of our crewmates. Like, throw his weight around when he can get away with it. I just don't think he'll do it on an important mission. I think he's a little too proud to ruin his reputation as an ace pilot by starting a fight inside of his AF. Besides, once you're on the O'Brien, you can just get to work helping the other crew and ignore him. Ah, that's the other thing. Looks like whatever happened to Good Dog is happening to the Orion. Since we're not able to identify any activity coming from them, there's a good chance that the crew hasn't made it. Oh no! Yeah. Hey, come on! They may not have got their ship back up and running, but maybe they got their own savvy chief engineer who's figured out a solution that keeps them all safe. And on top of that, if they're really lucky, got their own heroic security officer who saved the entire crew right now. Yeah, you're right. I'm sure I'll be fine. Do your best to match Casey's enthusiasm, but you haven't forgotten the chill in the air. The Good Dog just before we got it back online. First signs that ship wouldn't be able to sustain its crew for much longer. That'd been over 3 hours ago. Hey, Cherry. Whatever happens, it'll be alright. You've already done incredible things today, way more than anyone could have expected. You're going to be alright. Thanks, Casey. Aw, besides, you said you'd book us tickets set for that new water park in the Europa Cluster. I'm not going to let anything happen that'll stop us from going. Now get out there and nail this mission, Lieutenant Steele. Yes, ma'am. It's still doing it. They have daring rescue to pull off? Well, I thought I'd check in one last time before I left, make sure I'm really okay. Aw, you sweetie. I'm really totally fine, not fine. Currently under supervision to assess the extent of and potential cause of any ailment that I may be suffering from. However, my condition is currently stable, it does not appear to be life-threatening. Although, I can think of something that could speed up my recovery. Oh yeah? What? It's nothing actually, don't worry about it. No, come on, tell me. No, really, it's fine, don't worry about it. Focus on getting ready for your mission. Oh, okay. Probably snacks. Knowing her. We love snacks. Alright. Let's move to the Foreside Thoroughfare. Crew quarters, fire no. I want to go to engineering. Make way to the engineering section. You relish the various sounds coming from the now functioning machinery. The strum of moving parts, the buzz of electrical systems, the repetitive pulse of various cooling systems. If your newfound appreciation for the activity taking place all around you, you wonder if this is how the Chief feels. On that subject, hey Chief, are you around? Follow, doing your best to shout over the noise. Chief? Wait a moment, we get a response. Looking around, you can't see her anymore. See an engineer room. Okay, for the engineering section, to one of the engine rooms. Heard that strikes you is that huge turbine-like machinery that fills the majority of the area is now still. Got so used to their constant motion and regular strum that after your first few security reviews, you stopped noticing it. Now that it was absent, the stillness of such a huge space makes it uneasy. The only saving grace was that with the cavernous structure of the engine room no longer filled with the sound of the engines, you hear a cheap analytical monologue echoing across the expanse. You wouldn't have to do more than follow it, its source to find her. So that detector is 1 for 7 calibrated against the background gamma, signaling baseline. Now if I can... Hey Chief, how's it, had no blockage in the coolant flow, no warping exterior heat sinks either. Chief! Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Steele. Thought you have a mission to be getting ready for? Well, yes, but I thought I'd check in on how you were doing before I had to leave. Oh well, everything is fine as can be down here. Plus power didn't do any damage as all the failsafes for a hard shutdown kicked in. It's because of Not the ship, Chief. I'm checking on you. Hmm? I'm fine, Lieutenant. I just need to get these engines back online. Would have had it online already if Lieutenant Lord didn't have me waste all that time fighting the O'Brien. This game's like a tie-in game. Or an anime that never existed. Yeah, it's kind of like a lot of PC 98 visual novels from back in the day. A lot of them were pretty neat. Once I told her that we could find them using the infrared targeting sensor, she should have left it up to Gunner D's and let me get out on the thing. Could have got back to figuring out what's causing the problems with our long-range communication system by now, maybe even... Something else I want to ask, Chief. What's happened between you and Lieutenant Lord on the bridge? I've seen what she can get like, but I didn't think she'd be that way in front of the captain. Alright, Lieutenant, you know what? I see what you'll do for the ship and the crew, so in my book that makes you alright. So I'm gonna let you in a secret in case you hadn't figured it out already. The only reason any of us are on the ship is because the JCF just don't know what to do with us. Not bad enough to dismiss our court-martial, but too much of a liability to crew anything important. And I know that includes me as a Union woman. I butted heads with enough of the brass that they've used every trick in the book to get me out of the way onto my last warning. So when Lieutenant Lord realized how pissed the captain would be that the engines hadn't been reactivated, she threatened to pin this whole mess on me. That she reported the decision to delay the engines, reactivation as mine, if I didn't back up her story. The whole thing makes me sick. Some of us actually have important work to do and don't have time to be playing games with the crew to worm their way to the top. Such as I hate going along with it, I'm stuck for the time being. She's more than a hero, she's a Union woman. Hell yeah, we stand Unions. Jeez, I didn't realize Vanessa could be so... Don't worry about me, Lieutenant. I'm a big girl, I can look after myself. I'll figure out some way to deal with her. You just worry about getting back from the O'Brien safely, you hear? Thanks, Chief. Don't mention it. Although, one thing, Lieutenant? Yes, Chief? Don't interrupt me when I'm clear in the middle of something extremely important. Ah, yes, Chief. Now get out of here. Yes, Chief. Well, that was helpful. Looks like they're right there. Central Hub... Fire Control. As the door to Fire Control slides open, you're met with the familiar sounds of tinny music escaping from Dylan's oversized headphones. Well, you know the gunner's at a station. Look around at all the illuminated screens and flashing readouts. It appears that everything here is back up and running as normal. Well, there's so much information on display, you got no idea if there's a correct assessment. Leaning slightly to catch a glimpse of Dylan, you can see that he's currently zoned out in appreciation of the track he's listening to, oblivious to your presence. Knowing that you would have recently had his personal sanctuary intruded upon by both Lieutenant Lord and the Chief, feels cruel to disturb him, but your years of being a security officer kick in when you find it hard to resist the urge to check in. Hey, Dylan! Warrant Officer Dees! Dylan! Yes! Latest report! No update to... Oh, hey, Lieutenant. Sorry about that. I've just had the Chief and Lieutenant Lord crammed in here with me shouting at each other about finding the O'Brien. Lord wouldn't even let me perform the search with my headphones on against regulations. Like, it makes a difference to what I can see. I didn't sign up for that kind of stress. Anyways, what's up? Oh, nothing much. I just thought I'd check in on you, see how you were doing after everything. Ah, you know me, Lieutenant. As long as I get to listen to my music, it's all good. And like it, as long as Lieutenant Lord now comes near again, I guess. What about you, ma'am? I heard that we've got you, the thing for getting gun dog back on her feet. You doing all right? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Been too busy with running a sweep of the ship to stop and think about it, really. Well, with needing to do spacewalk and all, rather you and me, Lieutenant, closest I want to get to space is seeing it through these monitors. Yeah. Anyway, if it's okay with you, Lieutenant, I'm supposed to keep an eye on the O'Brien. I was right in the middle of a gnarly Tristan Replicant song. Might get back to it? No problem. Take it easy, Gunner D's. Thanks, ma'am. Alright, D's doing alright. Forsyth Thoroughfare. As you walk by the mess hall, you stop and take a look inside. Everything seems to be operating as normal. From the lazy spinning of the extractor fan to the food vendor cycling through, illuminating its different options. The table facing away from you is Haru. Watch them as they idly swirl the contents of their cup of coffee before taking a sip. They notice you, they aren't letting on, but from the looks of it, they seem deep in thought. You don't particularly have anything you want to ask them, but then again, you decide maybe you could check in before you head out. Not that hungry now, but I know I appreciate this. You got a silent voice. Ah! Ensign Rumney? Oh, Steel, what's going on? What's a hero like you doing stopping by mess hall? Hanson told me he was taking you for a ride over on the Orion. You picking up snacks for the trip? I was just checking up some of the crew before I left, making sure everyone's doing okay. Oh, what a professional. Doing alright. Sleep in my quarters when the power went out. Didn't even notice until Hanson started banging on my door. That's good. I'm glad you're doing okay. Yeah. Steel? Yes, Ensign? Thanks for helping Hanson out. Oh, well, you know, it's my duty, right? Yeah, I guess it is. Still, he's my flight partner, so if you did him a solid, you did me a solid. Keep it up. Maybe you aren't the coward you think you are. Lighten up, Lieutenant. Jeez. Alright, Ensign. If you're okay with, then I'll leave you be. Don't be like that, Lieutenant. You just need to chill out. If you need any help with that, you can stop by my quarters at any time. Alright. Hey! How are you, sweetie? Hang on. Alright, item. Bar and milk chocolate ready for its own, on its own, or dunked in a hot drink. Some of my favorites, a pretty good head of operations. Damn it! I thought I could give this to her. Lieutenant Steele, is there something I can help you with? Ah, I'm so sorry, Doctor. I didn't realize you were still here. I'm not currently needed anywhere else, Lieutenant. Yeah, of course. So here, I assume you have a medical requirement? Oh no, it's just going. Very good, Lieutenant. And let's save. Doesn't look like I can use this chocolate. Casey's doctor, get her besides. Alright. Looks like we can't give Casey the chocolate bar just yet. 6 Bay Bridge. Forsyth Thoroughfare. Oh, hang on, I have an idea. 0211. Terminal outside Casey Course. Smile. Definitely never forget your anniversary again after what you experienced today. Let's have Casey quarters. Casey here. Something about her room that makes you feel warm and welcome. Silently gazing around, tapping the toe of your shoe against the floor. But you stop to take a look at your watch. Seeing at the time, you realize it's not too long until you do the launch. You should really get going. Let's see. Here again. Alright. Lots of waste. Yeah, Forsyth Captain's Quarters. Forsyth Thoroughfare. I think we talked to everyone pretty much. As ship's gravity disappears, you slowly float down the final few steps leading in the hangar. Once you're almost weightless, feet connect to the steel flooring of the catwalk, you kick it off and towards the guardrail, grabbing it before you float past and bringing yourself to a stop. Ahead of you are the typical sights of the hangar, but for the first time since you board the Gundog, its expanse is filled with noise and motion rather than usual, near silence and stillness. See Dalton flowing from one segment to the first armor frame to another, clearly in the process of carrying out his pre-flight checks. As he arrives at each new part, he opens the access panel, checks the hidden machinery and mechanisms underneath, and slams the panel closed, occasionally stopping to take one tool. or another from his belt to apply adjustments to the frame's inner workings. It looks like the slamming of panels and whirring of electronics tools. And for Dalton, you also hear the back and forth of bickering between Hansen and Vanessa. You watch as Hansen, donning his flight suit, snaps at the lieutenant, then kicks off into an empty space at the hangar, swiftly followed by Vanessa, who does not let up for whatever it is she's trying to discuss. As you watch, you can see it's almost the scheduled time to depart start mission. He's putting off any longer, I guess. Hansen's the one who'll be piloting the Juno for this mission, not me. Should I be thankful for that? Talk to Hansen. As Hansen and Vanessa continue your argument, oblivious to your presence, you maintain your grip on the guardrail. Until it's time for your mission, good to be ready to depart. But if you got anything you wanted to do before you left, now would be the time. Is there anything I need to do before I set off? Tell me that. Oh, guardrail. Getting close to start time, but you still got long enough to catch up to some last-minute business. Talk to Dalton. Do your best to draw attention to squabbling Hansen and Vanessa. You wait until Dalton turns your way and then wave at him, gesturing for him to come over for you once you've caught his attention. Hey Dalton, how are the preparations going? Oh, Lieutenant, preparations are, at ease, Cadet. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Don't worry about it, everything's alright, though. Oh, yeah, everything's fine. Thanks, it's just that this is the first time I've actually had to prepare an armored frame for the real mission. Every other time it's been a drill or test or something. I really don't want to screw it up. Hey, take it easy, Cadet. I'm sure you're doing a good job. What if I've done something wrong? Then you and Ensign Cruz would... Slow down a second, Dalton. Sorry, ma'am. No problem, Cadet. Just take it easy. But tell me, have you ever screwed up any of your armored frame drills before? Well, no. Or any tests? No, guess not. So why would you think you'd done something wrong this time? I mean... I'm sorry, I guess I was just getting a bit nervous. Sorry, Cadet. We all get nervous first time we have to do something for real. But I see now how hard you work and what the Chief puts you through. So I'm sure you got it all done up to your standards. Thanks, ma'am. Alright, although she always makes me double check the actuators. Oh, I've forgotten the actuators. Ah! No. Well, the prospect of becoming mission makes you stomach a drop. You take a deep breath in, hold it briefly, exhale slowly, calming yourself. Gathering up your resolve, you kick off the storage lockers near the hangar entrance and move the flight suit from one, pulling it over your normal uniform. It's taking you much longer to get the suit on earlier, but thanks to the unwelcome refresher, you now slide it on relatively effortlessly. After closing the clasp on the last of the suit's seals, you take the helmet from the locker and tuck it under your arm, turning back to face the main hangar. Hansen and Vanessa's bickering doesn't seem to like it will end anytime soon, so with a wary exhalation, you float forward, vault over the guardrail, and kick it off, sending you towards the Hansen's armored frame. Lieutenant Steele, reporting for duty. You announce loudly as you grab on the shoulder of the armored frame. Stopping in the middle of what she was saying to Hansen, Vanessa turns to face you. She then pushes off the hangar ceiling and heads towards you, not waiting to arrive to begin her lecture. It's about time you arrived, Lieutenant. You're due to depart in a few minutes. What exactly do you think you're doing, turning up this close to mission start time? I'll remind you that I'm responsible for overseeing the assignment, so I won't have you lack of timekeeping impacting outcome. Now, if she can get much further into her tirade, as a cut off by Hansen floats in between the two of you into the cockpit of the Juno. Ensign Cruz, we're ready for departure. States lazily before disappearing into the armor frame, taking Vanessa's attention away from you back towards him. And don't forget, Ensign, I'm counting on you. He calls in the cockpit. Hansen answers, you don't hear it. Well then, Lieutenant, have you everything you need for mission? I don't see you carrying a PST or a guide from the Chief, or from the PST or a guide from the Chief on removing the Brian's black box, didn't you? Hey, Lieutenant! Chief loud call comes from the hangar entrance, and you see her heading towards you with large off-white objects under her one arm and a manila folder in her hand. She's halfway across, she launches the object at you, although you manage to grab it with your free hand, and some momentum pushes you back into the armored frame. Get it with more force than you expected. Takes you 1 second to recover once you realize Chief just pitched the briefcase-sized portable computer at you, the PST. You got a portable sub-terminal. By the time you're able to find its handle and get a grip on it, Chief rides onto Juno and holds onto the machine. Had to grab the one you left in engineering. Charged it up, but these devices get really thirsty, so it took a while. Ahem! And here's instructions for removing a black box. The O'Brien's are swift like the Gundog. There shouldn't be any difference in procedure as long as you follow this to the letter. Ahem! During Vanessa, the Chief offers a middle full containing a few sheets of paper. Rearrange your hold in your helmet, the PST in your grip. The armor frame is just about a manageable folder to her. You got the black box guide. Ahem! Glance back to Vanessa, whoever's behind you, an increasingly deep scowl forming in her face. When you have the opportunity to acknowledge the lieutenant, the Chief lays a hand heavily on your shoulder, returning your attention to her, and almost making you drop the folder. And don't forget, Lieutenant, the PST needs access verification to open the doors, so your ID won't work on the O'Brien because you're not assigned to it. They'll need to use the ID of one of the O'Brien's crew to get anything working. Alright. Thanks for the heads up, Chief. In that case, would you mind hanging on to these until I get back? Sure thing, Lieutenant. Got the engines up and ready to reactivate, although I've already queued up the startup reactions, now I... Chief Engineer Kappas! Right, we both got things to get getting on with. Good luck out there, Lieutenant. With a final pat on your shoulder, the Chief launches himself off the armor frame back towards the hangar entrance. Chief Engineer Kappas! Jessica yells whilst using you to pull herself forwards. For a little quivering of anchor, she watches the Chief pass over the guardrail towards the stairwell leading to the hangar. Vanessa, although she remains silent, you can see the rage building in Vanessa, her slight frame seeming as if it could explode at any second. As subtly as possible, you attempt to make your way to Juno's cockpit without attracting her attention. You've already noticed that Dalton has disappeared from view, and you hope to achieve the same thing for Lieutenant could direct her scorn at you. Unfortunately, as you load yourself into Juno's cockpit, the casing of the PST strikes the armor frame surface, sending a loud clang that reverberates into the empty space of the hangar. Going somewhere, Lieutenant? Back away slowly. Slick glares at you, waiting for your response. You meet her gaze, and you keep your eyes firmly locked in hers. Instead of answering, you slowly continue your way to the cockpit entrance. Once there, you turn and duck inside, quickly pulling the lever that closes the hatch behind you. Don't you dare ignore me, Lieutenant! The hatch closes behind Vanessa's yelling, it's immediately cut off, and all you can hear is the gentle hum of the frame subsystems. Once inside, your eyes quickly adjust to low light, with the only sources of illuminations being the occasional backlit dial readout. You pause for a moment and grit your teeth. It's the first time in years that you've been inside the cockpit of an armored frame. Might be a newer model, but it's pretty much exactly how you remembered it. Snapping back to present you to the present, you do your best to head off the thoughts that you will know will follow your reminiscing by taking a look around the cockpit to see where you would be sitting. Although the majority of the Juno's cockpit is taken up with the pilot seat, which sits in the center, mounted in a series of shock absorbers, there is space on either side which allows for addition of a temporary passenger seat mounted on the pilots. Sure enough, Dalton's attached this fixture onto the right-hand side of the seat, currently occupied by Hansen. Set to PST and file the Chief gave you in the rear of the cockpit. Once they're out of your hands, you pull on your helmet, fasten your seat's final seals and strap yourself in the passenger seat. Once you do, up the buckles, you look across at Hansen, who realizes hasn't said a single thing since you entered the cockpit. Been too preoccupied with getting away from Vanessa to notice now, but you're actually paying attention to the ensign. See how his chest is rapidly rising and falling with every breath. On top of that, his hands both grasp the flight sticks, squeeze them tightly and release them. Push repeats over and over. Despite the fact that you're looking right at him, he hasn't noticed you. Instead, his focus is purely on the monitor in front of him. Hey, Ensign Cruz? Are you, okay? A slight delay, just a second after you ask Hansen to re-release the script. The flight sticks and turns to face you. The intense expression you just had suddenly replaced by its normal countenance. What? I was just asking if you're okay. Of course I'm okay. What are you talking about? Not all cowards like you can't even launch an AF. Take a deep breath in and exhale slowly to look away. You aren't sure what you've been expecting, but at least Hansen seems like he's his normal self. Thankfully, any follow-up from him is cut off by Vanessa's face appearing on the comm screen, and her voice in the frame speakers. Gundog 1, this is Lieutenant Lord. 16:30 Jovian Standard Time, and the mission has begun. Please confirm you're ready for launch. Copy that, Lieutenant Lord. This is Ensign Cruz and Gundog 1. All systems ready for launch and waiting on authorization. Understood. 40 granted. Stand by whilst you're transported for takeoff. Oh boy. Although the Juno's monitors haven't turned on yet, you can tell that the reverberation people are coming from it being lowered from the hangar and out the underside of the ship. Activating all systems. Now. All at once, the monitors come to life, illuminating you and Hansen with their glow. Gundog 1, ready. Gundog 1, releasing restraints. Gundog 1, launching. Once the armored frame is free of its restraints, Hansen slams the flight stick towards Yuzen, sending Juno hurtling away from the Gundog and causing him to shake with the acceleration. As the cockpit shudders, you unconsciously grab onto straps, keeping you in the passenger seat and squeeze them tightly. With the frame continuing to accelerate, you do your best to keep a neutral expression, but despite this, Hansen looks across to you and notices your firm appearance. It's a matter of 10. Feeling flight sick already? No, I'm fine. You lie. Sure. Just sit back and watch how a real pilot handles an AF. Although you thought Hansen had launched at maximum thrust, he somehow managed to find an extra burst of acceleration, causing the cockpit to shake further, doing nothing to help the nausea you feel. If you throw up, ma'am, your helmet stays on! Ugh. Eventually, Hansen eases up in acceleration, and the juddering stops. Although you're still slightly nauseous, you slowly begin to feel less like the little food you've had time for today will be reappearing inside your helmet. Oh my. As the Juno continues to cruise forward, you and Hansen both sit in the near silence of the cockpit. No real indication of distance between you and the O'Brien or the speed you're traveling. It's difficult for you to keep track of time, and the journey drags on. There's no way for you to be exact, but it feels like at least half an hour has passed and you can be saying anything. Oh, that's really cool. I like the suits. Eventually, the oppressive silence, coupled with your increasingly desperate desire for a distraction, forces you to think about something you never thought you'd do, willingly start a conversation with Hansen. Ask about Haru. Ask about the Gundog. If I tell Hansen about the report, that's gonna fuck everything up. What about, Haru? How long have you known Haru? What are you asking? I'm just asking how long you knew Haru. Why, are you into them? What? No, I was only... Oh man, I can't believe you're into Haru. They're gonna love this. I'm not into Haru. Does Quinn know? And Sin? Oh man, maybe she does. Maybe that's why you're asking. Damn, no wonder you're asking. I knew you two were both freaks. Just shut up, Gensen Cruz. Oh, he's bigot. Oh, Gundog. So, sorry for trailing off as quickly as Hansen doesn't acknowledge you at all. How long have you been on the Gundog? He gives you briefest flicker of acknowledgement, but doesn't take his eye off the main monitor. What? I'm just asking how long you've been stationed on the Gundog. Why? You're only seconds into this conversation. It's already one you're beginning to regret. I just, you know, thought I'd ask. I heard people talking about your piloting, and... Yeah, well, people can say whatever they like about my piloting. It doesn't make a difference because I've been stuck on this joke of a ship for a year. None of that matters. Every other pilot in JCF is doing nothing but drills right now, so who cares where I am? Fresh couple of silence hangs in the air between the two of you as he mentally scrambles for a response. What are you doing on the ship anyway? How'd you screw up? First instinct is to fire back, but you aren't a screw-up like him. But you know you can't admit that Casey had your transfer put through and it's a favor without the risk of it getting back to Vanessa. You didn't screw up anything up, it just got transferred here short notice to fill the role, that's all. Whatever, ma'am. You don't get dumped on the Gundog unless you screwed up or are defective. So what is it? Neither. Yeah, sure. As the two of you continue to sit in silence, you watch as Hansen make occasional minute adjustments of the flight path of the Juno. You realize something. When you'd read the report in the captain's quarters, you'd been shocked, hit with a gut punch of realization. What had happened to you at the Battle above Lunar could all be traced back to one woman, Maris Barmuse, your captain. Except it wasn't just you who had been there that day. You weren't the only one that was on board the ship, and that has been affected by your actions. Hansen has fought for his life as Calic flight was wiped out around him, and he had to strive in comment zone for over 12 hours. What had happened to Hansen? What he blamed you for? It hasn't been your fault. Finally, you knew whose fault it was. Realization hung over you as you grappled with the situation. It's not like you were any closer to dealing with this information. Is there any way that knowing could bring you closure? Couldn't bring back the Calic flight or any of the other pilots or the crew of the ships that had once been lost. But still, if someone else had known, would you have wanted them to tell you? Would telling Hansen do you any good? Would it do any for him? These thoughts almost overwhelmed you as you try to wrestle with what you should do until suddenly you just blurt out, "When I was in the captain's quarters, I found a report." What? Take a deep breath. You stared now, and there was no going back. When I was in the captain's quarters looking for the codes to reactivate the Gundog, I found a report on the captain's desk. Yeah, okay, why are you telling me this? It was about the battle over Lunar 4 years ago. Since you mentioned the battle, your hands take a sharp intake of breath as a Flight 6 creak as it squeezes both of them. In an instant, his whole body goes rigid. It was about the reason the enemy were able to outflank us and why they were able to break through the E-field. Hansen's expression shifts into grimace, but he still doesn't say anything. It's because Captain Bartomeu, she was the Rear Admiral Bartomeu back then. She made an order that pulled the ships away from our rear defensive line, left us wide open. It's why... Why the hell are you telling me this? Yells, first lashing out, striking the control panel's left side. Cause it was her! She's the reason why we had to deal with what we had to dealt with. She's responsible. Who cares? What difference does it make? It's the whole time it was, I know what this is. This is just you trying to worm your way out of your responsibility. What? No, it wasn't my fault. It was, shut up. Don't try to get out of this. It doesn't matter why it happened. You weren't there. You weren't there when we needed you. It wasn't my fault. Just shut up. This time Hansen first connects with the side of his seat. That yours is mounted on, making the whole thing shudder and activating the shock absorbers. With that, two you fall back in uneasy silence. This time, though, you can't decide to rekindle any conversation, instead allowing the silence to stretch on for the remaining duration of the journey. Yeah, this guy's beyond redemption. No other sounds beyond the almost imperceptible background noise of the cockpit. Juno's mother showing nothing but stars, your mind drifts, bouncing from thought to thought. The warmth of the cockpit and the gentle vibration caused by the shuddering of the Juno's engines cause your thoughts to idle and slow. Eventually, without realizing, you begin to drift off to sleep. You're almost completely gone when both you and Hansen sit upright and fix your location on the main monitor. There's nothing to see beyond the stars, the visual indicator. You know what this means, that O'Brien's close by. We're here. Hansen mutters himself as he begins to flick switches on the control panel side. Silently, he works the pedals and flight sticks to reduce the Juno's speed. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. I repeat, this is Gundog 1 and we've got target lock on the objective. Hansen scowls the communication screen as it returns to nothing but static, and an indication that it hasn't picked up any incoming signal. He quickly resets the switch's control panel before activating them again. Repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. Do you read? Piece of junk. His foot strikes the paneling underneath the main monitor, causing the flicker momentarily, but doing nothing to help obtain the signal. Right now visible on the screen, you remain silent that Hansen continues to deactivate and reactivate the Juno's transition systems. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock on the objective. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. We've got target lock. God damn it, Lord. What the hell are you? Hello? Hello? This time, Hansen's first fist strikes the main monitor. Thankfully for both of you, the reinforced glass on the screen remains undamaged. He was far away from Hansen as the restraints of your temporary seat will allow. He always knew he was hot-headed, but that didn't make this any easier to deal with. Leave Hansen to it. Hansen continues to attempt to establish contact with Gundog. Each time he does, his efforts amount to the same familiar static. Come on! What's wrong with this piece of crap? Gundog, come in! Ah! Hey, come on, take it easy. You tell him, holding both your hands up, palms forward, and placating gesture. Don't you tell me what to do in my brain steel. Hansen snaps back, continues to flip switches, and occasionally strikes the controls. Hansen, that's not gonna do any good. Yeah? What do you know? You can barely contain the long, exasperated sigh you feel building inside you. But you manage to express it, knowing what will set Hansen off more. Instead, you tell him what you remember the Chief telling you earlier. Before all this started, the Chief said we're having problems with the long-range communication system. It was causing issues with our transmissions to O'Brien as well as the targeting system. It's probably not fixed yet. Might have even been made worse when the power went out. So what, we're out here with no mission control? Paul's crossing your arms and shrugging. I guess so. Yeah, of course. Can't expect anything to go plan when the ship's involved. This is Gundog 1. In case anyone out there can actually hear us, we're approaching JFS O'Brien. We're carrying out the visual inspection of the O'Brien now. O'Brien, now close enough for you to actually make out its finer details. Hansen decelerates the frame, pretty nearly complete stop. Deftly adjusting the Juno's orientation, he then begins to circle the Swift-class ship. The two of you focus on your monitor, trying to identify anything out of the ordinary on the O'Brien before you get closer. Wait a second, is that... Points to the O'Brien to main airlock, and Hansen quickly sets the camera to zoom in on it. Wide open! Looks like someone tried the same stunt as you. No, that's not it. I closed the secondary airlock behind me. Both of these are open, which means the ship is completely depressurized. Yeah, that happened. When the power was off, none of the emergency bulkheads would have been able to close. Two sit in silence, both considering what you just found out. If the same thing had happened to the O'Brien as the Gundog, and someone had opened both airlocks, then what little breathable air was left on the ship would have been sucked out into space. We've still got a mission to do. Come on. You nod silent agreement as Hansen apparently sobered. By that realization, moves the armored frame towards the airlock. This isn't necessarily the end, you think. If some of the crew were lucky, they might have been able to get their spacesuits on before they ran out of air. We were in low on oxygen by now, but it's Gundog 1 docking with the O'Brien. Now, only meters away from the other ship, Hansen brings the Juno to a complete stop with the surprising amount of delicacy as it reaches out with one arm, grabbing hold of a protrusion from the ship and anchoring itself. Oh, this sucks. Alright, let's go. You're all practice motion. Hansen releases himself from his cease harness, moves forward, and grabs the lever to open the cockpit's hatch. As soon as it's open, you feel a rush of the cockpit's air escaping. Meanwhile, Hansen pulls himself out and steps into the airlock. Having a slightly harder time with the straps than your harness, takes you a few moments longer before you release yourself. Once free, you gather up the PST and instructions the chief had given you before making your way onto the Juno. Wow, this is depressing. See if you tentatively make your way from the airlock itself or the room beyond. Although nothing is obviously broken or wrong, the fact that you're standing in an area identical to one of the Gundog you opened to space, completely uninhabited, sends a shiver down your spine. You look to Hansen and see him mouthing something that you can't hear. Continue, you stand there in confusion as Hansen warily gestures at you until he looks exasperated. Takes you a moment, but you realize what's going on and reach up to the radio on your chest panel, flickering the switch that activates it. It's about time you figured that out, ma'am. Hansen's voice crackles over your helmet speaker. Unlike the Juno, where the cockpit was pressurized, you can hear each other, and you now find yourself standing in a complete vacuum where no sound can travel. So what's the plan? Turn to survey the empty void of the airlock. First priority given by Captain assisting crew of the O'Brien to get their ship back online, but judging by the current state of things, you weren't sure you had much luck with that. The plan? You say to yourself more... Oh, posture check. Thank you. No shrimping. No shrimping. Current situation in your mind. That's right, Lieutenant. The plan! Right now you got rank, so without Lord screeching down our comm lines, this is on you. Unless you're after a trip down memory lane and want to sit on the Juno's cockpit whilst I do everything. Makes a shame and anger swells inside you as it bite your tongue, not to snap at Hansen with the first thing that comes to mind. Stow it, Ensign. Despite the way he said it, he wasn't wrong. With nothing coming from the Gundog, you were now the highest-ranking officer involved in this mission. Alright, the first priority was to assist the crew. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be in this part of the ship, but we still need to try. Since I used PST before, it's going to be easier for me to carry out that search. Whilst I'm doing that, you start removing the ship's black box. You hold on the manila folder the chief had given you on the Gundog, and Hansen takes it from you, clumsily fricking through it with his gloved hands. It's on the bridge, huh? How are we going to get up there? Same way I did on the Gundog. Come on. Turn around and head into the ship, eventually arriving at the central hub. Okay then, Lieutenant, what now? As you walk past Hansen to where the maintenance hatch is located next to the elevators. This happens sometimes. Take the opportunity to quickly switch up your radio off, then tell Hansen exactly what he can do, then switch it back on. What's next, Ensign, is this. Running your fingers down the seam between the panel and the wall and quickly find the catch. Like the one on the bridge, you're able to fit your suit's fingers into this one. You quickly release it. As the hatch comes away in your hands, you wait to feel the sensation of air rushing out the crawlway. Fortunately, you feel nothing, confirming one of the fears you had about the ship and her crew. Placing the hatch down, you turn to Hansen, saying nothing about your discovery, instead gesturing the ladder. At the top of this ladder, you find another panel like this one that leads into the bridge. To release it, all you need to do is push on the catch on the inside. Think you can handle that? What do you think, Lieutenant? You're not dealing with some dumb security officer here or anything. Let a pilot show you how it's done. With a swagger that's only exaggerated by the bulk of the suit, Hansen strides past you, steps onto the access panel, and heads up the ladder. You take the opportunity to turn your radio off again and tell him what you really think about the pilots. Once you're done, you switch it back on in case he sends any transmissions. After you set him to work, it's up to you to try and find any survivors of O'Brien's crew and use their help to get the ship back online. Look around the empty control hub, the same silence that previously filled the Gundog, now filling your helmet. After a moment of contemplation, you head towards the first place you think it may be fruitful to explore. So you make your way up the ladder towards the bridge. You find your progress slowed by the bulk of your spacesuit, as it catches against the various protrusions standing out of the walls of the shaft. Despite having to stop multiple times to free yourself from these obstacles, you eventually see the faint outline of the entrance to the bridge above you. Clearing the remaining distance without incident, you step on from the hatch onto the bridge. You've been carrying a feeling of apprehension in the maintenance crawlways, as you hadn't been able to get the lack of any signs of depressurization out of your head. You knew it was probably waiting for you, unless the crew has been extremely lucky. Oh, they're all dead. Fortunately, it looks like they had not. At the station on the left, you see the slumped figure of a young man from his uniform. General appearance, you recognize him as Lieutenant Bashir. the officer that Casey had been speaking to moments before the power went out on the Gundog. Like what he'd appeared on the Gundog's view screens, the man you saw now clearly suffered looked either like a small explosion or a massive electrical shock. The front of his uniform was at best singed and at worst completely charged, as was skin on the hands and face. You grimace at the thought of what could have happened to you as you turned your attention to the captain's chair. There slouching right of the ship's captain, and Rick a smile on his face, having seemingly suffered a similar fate. It seems pretty obvious what had happened to these two, but the question remained, how? Pause for a moment. You almost put your hand down the hard rest of the captain's chair, but you quickly move it away. Something electrocute these two then. Pretty grim, right? Well, let's fall backwards in surprise. Hansen's voice sounds suddenly from your bridge speakers, as he appears on the far side of the bridge, having emerged from underneath the control station to the right. Easy, Lieutenant. It's just me. I've never seen what a fried human looks like? Take a deep breath and exhale, catching the breath that Hansen just scared out of you. Damn it, Cruz. What the hell were you doing hiding underneath there? Following orders, man. Remember the plan? Hansen lazily waved the folder he passed on to him at you. Hey, these guys look like they've been electrocuted. Based on where they did, check. Loosen up, Lieutenant. Power's not on. What they're to check for? Can't help but be amazed at Hansen's cavalier attitude towards the risk of a painful death via electrocution. Alright, how's retrieving the black box going? Not bad, I managed to get most of the casing undone. A lot going on in there, and this suit doesn't make it easy. How about you, find anyone? Turn to look at the captain and Lieutenant for a moment before looking back at Hansen. That's what you see this far, not convert anyone else. Keeps easing up, no survivors. We get this box and we're out of here. What, you want to hang around here a bit longer? This is the whole crew, Hansen. Some might still be alive. Guess we better get looking then. Find them, huh, Bashir? Ease up, Lieutenant. I can say this from experience. If everyone's dead, there's no wishing they weren't. It's not gonna bring them back. But if you're gonna find them, you should get moving. Probably not much air left anywhere on the ship, even if they're lucky. Another shrug, Hansen walks away from you, heading back to the control station it was hidden on when he entered. Let me know when you're leaving, alright, Lieutenant? Circle the captain's chair, looking for anything that could tell what had gone on when you lost contact. Instead, all you could see is the stiff body of the ship's captain slumped to his side, his hands tightly gripped the arms rest. As you get closer to him, you see signs of whatever had happened to Lieutenant Bashir had also happened to him. Back's cover where his skin rests on the metal of the chair, and the back of his uniform shows scorch marks. Take a look at the name tag for stepping back. As it beats Captain Gerard. Well, you make this far. You knew that in order to have any chance of exploring the O'Brien further, let alone access such a computer, you need a key card that belonged to one of his crew. There'd be no better card to accomplish this than the captain's. As you walk around to the front of the captain's chair, you shudder. Chuck must have killed him and had left his hands clasping the armrest like talons. His face is gone, his eyes open wide, together with how the corners of the mouth had drawn back as far as they would go in a horrendous grin. The whole expression was unnerving, as if he'd been killed by some fatal but hilarious joke. You know what you need to do, and although it's practically a necessity, something about that feels wrong. Sorry about this, Captain Gerard. Pat the captain down, but find no indication that he's carrying his keycard in his pockets. As you stand back for a moment, trying to think if there's anywhere he may have left it, you guys are drawn to the hand tightly clenching the armrest, that doubles the control panel. Remember having seen Captain Barmew's insert a keycard in the equivalent panel in the Gundog on occasion to unlock certain functions. A weird wave of realization hits you as you think that. If the card wasn't on the captain, the control panel was more like the place it would be. The only issue with that was the Captain Gerard's death grip was covering the slot in the keycard. And on your stomach, you lay your hand on the captain's. Shiver runs down your spine. You're just starting to squeeze your fingers underneath his palm and start pulling as you look down, you notice a gleam of starlight reflecting off the piece of plastic by the captain's foot. A huge sigh of relief, you kneel down and take the card from the floor. Lucky for you, the captain must have dropped it just before he was shocked. Sets the card from one hand to another, inspecting the front and back. You see that it appears to all but melted. Plastic coating is mostly stripped away, but what remains bubbled up and remnants of a magnetic strip flaking off. You can tell from this condition it's not going to get you anywhere. Besides, the lady remains the card by the captain's hand. You can't find a card to access the central computer. There's no hope for the O'Brien. Well, it was worth a shot. On the right-hand side of the bridge, you see the station used to control the ship, like Lieutenant Bashir's station. Okay, but can it be coincidence that the captain of the O'Brien is named Bashir? I think that's certainly not a coincidence, considering O'Brien. We love Deep Space Nine. We really do. I've been watching Deep Space Nine lately. It's pretty amazing. The Captain Bashir station doesn't look like anyone was there when whatever had gone on here happened. Instead, you can see Hansen underneath it. You can hear the occasional mutter and grumble over your radio as he struggles to remove the parts needed to allow him access to O'Brien's black box. Better just leave him to it. On the left-hand side of the bridge, you see a station used for ship management and communications. Yeah, this is where Lieutenant Bashir would have been when the Casey spoke to him moments before the blackout. Like the rest of the bridge, you could see that every system was offline, nothing more than rows of dead screens that use the plastic metal. Mindful of disturbing the lieutenant's body, you examine the area to see if you can tell what would cause the current condition. No signs of damage, you rule out explosion and catastrophic malfunction, leaving you to assume that he must have somehow received a massive electrical shock. What could have possibly caused something like this? You find keycard, potentially a member of the O'Brien crew, explore ship further. This card belonged to either captain or someone in operations to give you access to the central computer. Captain's card had been fried beyond usability, but whatever happened to him? Well, maybe Lieutenant Bashir's card had been more lucky. You generally move the lieutenant, and doing your best to be as gentle as possible, you pat down his left-hand trouser pocket. Feeling nothing to the thick gloves of his suit, you head to the other side of the chair before repeating the same action on his right pocket. This time you feel something. A sense of unease, you attempt to remove the contents of the pocket while trying not to disturb body too much. Eventually, but with some difficulty caused by the clumsiness of your spacesuit, you decide not to disturb Bashir's body any more than you need to. You manage to pull out what feels like it could be his keycard. Turn the card over a few times. It definitely is Lieutenant's keycard, but looks like it's been half melted. Not only it was warped out of shape, but the plastic coating is blistered. When I got a strip on the back almost entirely peeled off. You can tell from its condition it's totally useless. You wouldn't even be able to fit it into the card reader or terminal, even if the surface hadn't been ruined. Great, looks like this won't get me anywhere. Just like the captains, hopefully I can find the second in command, otherwise there'll be nothing we can do for the O'Brien. Shit. Maybe that means crawl away. You work your way down into the darkness. The dull starlight from the airlock that illuminates the central hub, barely illuminating the exit before you. Headed towards it, you pause the radio, hisses for life. Hello, Hansen? Lieutenant Commander Quinn, JSF Dog. Casey, what are you doing on this? Picking up your signal, arrived at rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. Casey, what are you... O'Brien, we read you. That's a sweet voice we've got up there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... This is from when... Roger that, JSF O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn of JSF Gundog. Picking up your signal and have arrived at rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. Read you. That's a sweet voice got there, file. It's gonna look good. Simple conversation between Casey and Lieutenant Bashir loops a few times, still eventually being out in static. Slow explanation of why the transmission started and ends. Who could be transmitting that recording? That's eerie. So enter the room just before the airlock, where you've been so used to. Huge main shutter as the warnings from the Gundog. Here on the O'Brien, with nothing but a vast corridor in space. Being able to see stars like this in this mission, you couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. The light, as gentle as it is, feels like a forced intrusion in this room, somewhere they should never illuminate. Spend a few more moments gazing out the airlock before you shake your head to clear your thoughts. If there was any hope for the O'Brien's crew, it was that you'd act fast and your stargazing wasn't helping anyone. But still here, it doesn't look like anyone's here done the spacewalk of their own unless they used the suit from somewhere else. Grabbing the handle of the suit's container, you twist it until the lock disengages. Reach in and grab the radio suit's breast panel, detach it before turning it on, bring it to your face. No signal, huh? Check your radio set, and the same broadcast frequency O'Brien's, and after replacing your suit's radio set, yours to transmission. It's Lieutenant Cherry Seal of the JSF Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew on the JSF O'Brien. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Cherry Seal of JSF Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew on the JSF O'Brien. Well, that was worth a shot. Panel still covering emergency axilla. How could they have opened the door without using it? Doesn't make any sense to close the airlock manually now. The only thing that would do would cut us off from the armored frame and make it harder to leave if we can't get the power back on. Reach out to the maintenance crawlway and grab the rung on the ladder. Stepping forward, you place your feet onto the rung, so you barely see, and then, instead of falling passing up, you start moving downwards. Descend the crawlway eventually become completely dark. The only indication you're giving reach the bottom is when you bring your foot down and unexpectedly stomp on the floor panel. At the bottom of the shaft, you grope around the darkness, looking for the catch that would release the panel by the elevator into sickbay. After a few moments of sliding your palms around blindly, suit's glove catches on something. Investigate with your fingertip to confirm that's what you're looking for before releasing it. Grabbing the panel as it falls away, placing it to the side to step through into the sickbay. With no rush of air to indicate you depressurize the room, you're almost entirely certain that you knew what to expect. What you find goes beyond that. Behind the desk set meant to meet those who enter the sickbay, you see the crumpled form of someone wearing a white coat, much like Dr. Rosarian's. Quickly make your way over. to them, but as you stop momentarily, you feel something crunching underneath your boots. Looking around, you see the doctor surrounded by broken glass. Taking stock of the room, you realize that the cabinets at the far end of the sickbay are also locked, but the glass panels have been shattered to gone and scattered. Instead of trying to puzzle what's happening, you turn your attention back to the doctor. You don't deal with them and gently turn them over. Your face of the woman seems to be in her mid-50s, her sandy hair done up with a loose bun, variant strands tucked behind her ears. You notice that the two lenses sent into her round wire frame spectacles. One is cracked and the frames sit askew in her face. Although her pale blue eyes are wide open and staring at you, they don't move and she does not blink. Skin is pale, matching the cool blue of her eyes, the striking red of her lipstick standing out in the dramatic contrast. You stay holding the doctor for a moment before gently laying her down, and, with as much delicacy as you can, manage to, in the bulky spacesuit, you close her eyes as you stand and exhale deeply. Unlike the crew on the bridge, the doctor didn't appear to have suffered from any burns or shocks. He had to guess, it seemed that something had struck her, although he had no idea whether it was that or the lack of atmosphere that had been responsible for her death. That's 3 confirmed loss, then. Mutter yourself, stepping away from the doctor, more glass crunching underneath your soles. It's increasingly likely that this is how things would be on the rest of the ship, especially considering the central area had been dispressurized and no safety measures engaged. You've been holding out hope that at least some of the crew had made it, but based on what you see on the bridge here, though, that didn't seem likely. As you survey the room, you turn your attention back to the glass under the frontage of the cabinets. What happened here? Chief Doctor, I don't want obvious ruins like the bridge crew. What exactly happened down here? Stand Doctor, aware of what you need to do, but finding the concept altogether pleasant. Bridge's crew's cards have been half melted. If the Doctor's was in the same condition, you need to hope you could find someone else's card you could use. Sorry about this, Doctor. Squatting beside her, pat the Doctor down. Like Dr. Rosarium, who wears his on the lanyard around his neck, you don't see Doctor's keycard anywhere. Though the thickness of your spacesuit gloves make the task difficult, you do your best to be respectful. Eventually, you reach the Doctor's waist and feel the protrusion for his side. Opening your white coat, you see an internal pocket, and after a moment spent trying to fit your gloved hand inside, you manage to grab a hold of something and pull it out. Got Doctor's keycard. Yes! Like the bridge crews, this card is perfect condition. Stand on and read the name of Dr. Ezri DeBoer. You clasp a pouch on the side of your suit, spots the card, and then close it again. Doctor won't have the clearance to let me access central computer, but maybe they'll let me find someone who does. Thank you for your help, Dr. DeBoer. I'm just sorry we didn't get here sooner. Alright, I need to use the bathroom quick. One sec, BRB. These don't look very comfortable at the best of times. My spacesuit definitely would not help things either. You walk up to one of the cabinets with broken glass frontage and gently pull on its handle. As you expected, it's still locked and doesn't budge. Look it down your feet amongst various packets of medication appear that have been hastily pulled out of the cabinet. You can see a selection of NutriShake packets all torn up. Picking one up, you check its contents, find it's completely empty. It's really happened over nutritional supplements? Probably the only food that was available. Climb feel crunch glass on your feet. Meow? Meow! 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 There you go, have a little meow. Meow! More meows. Meow meow. Although the floor is scattered with various boxes and bottles of different medicines, there's something in particular that catches your eye. Squint down and you recognize NutriShake mix. As you turn your pouch over in your hands, look inside, you find a completely empty powder it should contain. Sitting on the floor, you look around and realize that whilst all the boxes of medication are still sealed, packets are thrown open NutriShake packets. Does someone really do this for NutriShakes? There, opening doors. Ah, bummer. Let's hope someone hid themselves inside the ship. Okay, I guess we'll go to Forsyth Thoroughfare. Heading away from the central hub, you slowly make your way into the darkness of the Forsyth Thoroughfare. As you peer into the gloom, you're able to make out the vague shapes and outlines of the quarter's familiar features. Despite the darkness, thanks to O'Brien being a swift class like the Gundog, you're very familiar with its layout and what to expect. Although that does not help to some degree, the deep shadows that fill each doorway and the pool of darkness that grows deeper towards the far end still have to give corridor a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. You're almost entirely unable to make out the door that leads to the fire control, causing your exploration of the corridor to feel like a step in the unknown. Plus, catch a torch around the passageway. As you ponder where to head next, you feel the gentle vibration reverberate for each chute. The vacuum can hear anything that makes noise. You can feel what seems like a set of footsteps coming from behind you. Turn back to talk to Hansen, impressed by the speech of the black box. Hey, are you done, Hansen? You're expecting to see Hansen, there's nothing but emptiness. Hansen? Spend a moment or two looking around, even going as far as to return to the central hub. See if he'd approach you, but then double back. Hansen? That's a good time to be pulling practical jokes. Mutter yourself, you switch over to your radio. It's a cruise. What are you doing just down the Forsyth Thoroughfare? Huh? What are you talking about, Lieutenant? Hansen, I just heard you walking around down here. Have you finished retrieving the black box already? You want to get yourself checked out, Lieutenant? I've been up here the entire time. Don't go crack it up on me, ma'am. Look in the gloom, the back towards the central hub, one more time, seeing nothing but the outline of familiar features in their shadows. Some loose components or something. Maybe it's the ghost of Brian's crew ready to drag you away. Get back to tasking and answer. Roger that, ma'am. I'm gonna ship as a cadet like Dalton, whether they got two fully qualified engineers. Either way, if we're lucky, and whoever they got is as resourceful as chief this hangar, it's probably my best bet for finding a crew member to help. If the O'Brien follows the same schedule as the Gundog, then there should be anyone in there. Of course, things like schedule never did anything to stop Casey from grabbing a bite to eat whenever she wanted, so maybe someone's in there with similar attitude. Let's hope whoever looks after the fire control on the ship doesn't have a pair of headphones half as large as Dylan's. Let's check this room. Mark boot, that's where Hansen's room is, on the Gundog. I guess that could be the armor pilot frames. No stat. Based off where their quarters are, they're probably a pilot like Haru. How many row? The quarters distribution is the same as the one in the Gundog. It's simply O'Brien's gunner. Wait, I wonder if they have a junior engineer in place like Dalton. South of your left hand against the wall by the entrance to your quarters. You bring your right hand down and the fist against the door. You pound your fist against the unyielding entry, hoping that if there's anyone in there, they have enough air they'll be able to hear you and respond. After a few seconds of pounding, you press your helmet against the door, hoping you can pick up vibrations of someone returning your signal. And nothing but silence. Stand back and hammer on the door harder this time. After your first against the ache, you press your helmet back against the door's paneling, holding your breath and listening for any signs of activity. No sign of life, you dejectedly step back, giving the door one final slam with your fist and cursing in silence. Camera with Hurricane, there's no response. Nothing against dual wrists. Okay. Dimensional signs. Okay. That didn't work out. Move to mess hall? Yes. Given that the time of the Gundog and presuming the O'Brien had blacked out, you knew there shouldn't have been anyone in the mess hall. Despite this, you also knew that it wasn't uncommon for crew members to disappear from stations briefly to grab a pick-me-up treat. Should do quiet. Essentially, if that crew member's name was Cassandra Quinn, go for the routine of hammering the door, waiting for a response, and continuing to batter it with fists just in case he hadn't heard the first time. Despite your best efforts, you don't manage to get any response. Okay. Except slowly as you look at the door to Orion's fire control. On the Gundog, Dylan has music keep him calculate. Whatever was assigned a station on the Brian probably wasn't so lucky. With this thought in your mind, you carry out the process of hammering the door, resting your helmet on it, and giving it another go after getting nothing but silence to return. After a few attempts, when you can hear nothing coming from the room behind you, mentally crossing the room for your list of potential safe havens on board. As you make way for the gloom of the four-sided thoroughfare, you absentmindedly knock on the low-gravity warning sign just before the double doors that lead into the ship's hangar. Placing the portable sub-thermal on your feet on the doors in a fist, hopefully that if anyone's in there, they'll probably hear a signal reciprocate in kind. After about 10 seconds of this, you stop and press your helmet against the door. If there is any noise in there, the vibration should travel through the door into your helmet, allowing you to hear it. Guess no one's in? Hey, can you hear me in there? Caught resuming your hammering of the door, we get no response. Hey, whoever's in there, we're from the JSF Gundog. We're here to rescue. Can you hear me? There's definitely someone in there. Although you're still not getting an obvious response, the knowledge that someone's in there fills you with a sense of urgency. So you set your suit's radio broadcast. Lieutenant Cherry Seal, the JSF Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew in the JSF Orion. Repeat, this is Lieutenant Cherry Seal, the JSF Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew in the JSF Orion. Doesn't seem like they can hear me, but if there's a chance the commander's in there, I need to take it. Although there's a chance that they may not be in the spacesuit yet. If I can open these doors now, I risk pulling them out in the vacuum. They may be something I've missed that could let me get access codes more safely. Keep exploring. It's really tempting to just charge in there and grab them, but I should only do it if there's no other option. I have to sort of assume wherever you are. Okay. So where Casey's quarters are in the Gundog. The nameplate Kim Enry, that must be O'Brien's second man. Jonathan Forge, given the location of the room, is their chief engineer? Mr. DeBoer, ship's doctor. Sorry I couldn't get you in time, Dr. Brashear. This is where Vanessa's room would be. Oh, Dr. DeBoer. It says here that it belongs to Jules Bashir. Well, that was Lieutenant Casey was speaking to before y'all started. Speaks to Lieutenant Dr. Bashir. Harry, no one's there. No one's there. No one's there. Okay. We want to be here. Central Hub. Let's go to the aft thoroughfare. There's something I want to look at. Someone being here slim, but it's worth checking. Just like you had to make it close doors, you go through the process of making as much noise as possible waiting for a response. Having there's no answer to your attempted communication, you head back justifying the lack of response by thinking that no one should be there anyway. Just like you had seen in the Gundog a few hours earlier, the after there should transition to the engineering department. Instead, all you can see is a giant blast door. From experience crawling underneath one of these, you knew there was no way you could ever hope of moving it manually. On top of that, there was no point in attempting to open it before you had the emergency access codes. The battery pad the door took to open, you probably shut yourself in engineering with no way of getting back out. So you had the doctor's card, Captain Dead. You need to find either O'Brien's second command or the emergency access codes. If you had any help in getting the ship back online. Turn back and move away from the door, making your way to the aft thoroughfare. That's concerning. Okay, so we went to the bridge, went to the airlock. Find a crew here, and then up there. I think the only way we're going to be able to get in right now is to go into that room, the hangar. Alright, let's see who's in there. But when I use this, there's no point in opening all doors and running the PSC's battery down before I found anyone. See who's in there. Unlatch the front of the portable sub-terminal's casing, activate the device, watching pensively as it runs through its startup sequence. Once complete, you hurriedly run through all the necessary options as quickly as you can, doing your best to ensure that you use the least amount of battery power necessary. One last thing. Quickly unfasten the pouch, you place the doctor's keycard in, withdraw it, and slot into the device. The same infuriating slowness all of the others, doors to the hangar begin to move. Waste no time in standing up and working your way through the tight grip before the doors are even a quarter of the way open. Noticing the absence of any signs of depressurization, you continue to force your way through the doors. As you use through the vault, your way down the stairwell, skipping increasingly more steps at time as the gravity disappears, until you eventually floating past the entire set of stairs altogether. Sending your radio to broadcast with one hand and grabbing the guardrail in front of you, calling to the dark void of the hangar. Hello, is anyone there? Hello? This is Lieutenant Steele from the JSF Gundog. Come to help. Hello? Spirits of darkness, straining any signs of life. You heard activity in here. I said doors. So where were they? Oh, unknown signal. Oh, shit! What is that thing? Oh. Stand in frozen place, unable to move your legs, unable to speak as a huge machine that's just pulled itself out, the darkness looms over you. It's not like anything you've seen before. No ship, shuttle, armor frame, or worker pod that you know of. Looks... It's about to die, that's what it is. I think I'm about to die! Slays a bit like this. As you will yourself to do something, anything, the thing in front of you remains totally motionless until suddenly, something deep inside tells you that you only got moments to react to whatever's going on. Okay. Try to communicate. Slowly raise your hands, palms spread, take a step towards the thing. Considering how this machine was in the Brian's hangar, it should be hostile. Maybe it was a prototype or something that they've been testing prior to our mission to investigate something strange signals. Lieutenant Steele for JSF Gundog, we've come to help you reactivate the O'Brien. Wait for response, but neither hear nor see anything that indicates whoever's on board has acknowledged you. Whoever is in that thing, Lieutenant Steele for JSF will come to pause, having just noticed sparks of electricity. Oh, this is what killed everyone. Appearing before it moved forward precision machine. Within a few seconds, see it illuminated from the inside the intense light. What? Dead. Oh, we're dead. Entirely instinct, you watch yourself sideways, just in time to avoid a searing beam of light so bright you involuntarily squeeze your eyes shut and look away. As your vision returns, you look at where the beam had been focused, see warped molten metal surrounding a deep gash that runs along the part of the catwalk where you've been stood, and then up the wall near the entrance. Though the vertical slice taken out of the wall, you can see the beam had penetrated all the way to the rear of the stairwell, slicing through the first set of steps in the process. Looking back at the machine that had just torn through the interior of the O'Brien V's, you see the same electrical sparks and glowing light in the front of the craft. Oh, fuck. Same survival instinct, which made you dive out of the way of the last bolt, kicks in as you push off the catwalk a split second before another pulse of light lances from the machine, liquefying the steel where you stood moments before. Grabbing the edge of the entrance as a stairwell, you redirect yourself, push off the wall, slinging yourself past the half-melted set of steps and towards the doors into the thoroughfare. As you stumble in the corridors, you grab your radio. Hanson, get to Juno right now, we need to leave. Yells, you bolt for the central hub. Hanson, do you hear me? We need to get out of the ship immediately. Oh, fuck. Hanson! You scream one last time before springing down the remainder of Forsyth Thoroughfare. As you pass the boundary into Central Hub, the corridor behind you is illuminated with another intense flash of light. Oh, this is so sick. You don't turn around, instead continue to speed towards the airlock where DeJuno has been left. Hanson, I'm serious, we need to leave now before the ship's torn to pieces. Get off the bridge and get down here. So Hanson, your mind races. You're doing your best to formulate a plan. When you look back at the Forsyth Thoroughfare, you see it's scored with huge cuts that run to the floor to ceiling. Liquefied metal of the ship's structure framing their paths. Ah, damn it! Same instinct that had saved you in the hangar kicks in, and you turn towards the airlock, racing towards the open entrance and stars to see in the distance. As you head towards the open cockpit and armor frame, you try to remember the startup sequence that will let you pilot out here. And climb the Jew's chest and reach the top of the lock with the pilot seat empty. Ugh! God damn it, Cruz, where are you? You get back towards the entrance of the airlock, seeing no one in the distance. You know I have a choice to make. Wait for Hanson. Ah! Cry of frustration, landing with fist and cockpit catch. Despite every instinct you have screaming at you run, you know you can't just abandon Hanson, regardless of his personality. He's still a crewmate. Eyes fix the corridor leading to an airlock as you wait for him to appear. You know he has to receive your radio signals, but you must have seen what happened in the bridge. Come on, come on, come on, come on! You must have muttered right like we can twist in anticipation. Like for Hansen. Tears through the airlock floor and ceiling. You barely react. When you made your decision, you're going to wait for Hansen the last possible second. Cruz, you asshole! You better get yourself into this Juno right now! I swear to God, You'll what, ma'am? As the entrance to the room containing the airlock, you see Hansen, Black Box 1, running at full speed towards you. I'm here now. Guess it's a shame I won't see the discipline you had planned for me. Let's jump and get us out of here. Whatever you say, ma'am. Once in motion, Hansen pulls himself to the cockpit entrance and disappears inside. As soon as he's in, you enter after him and quickly begin to buckle yourself in the passenger seat. In just a few seconds, Hansen pulls the lever that seals the Juno's cockpit and works his way through the entire startup sequence. Even before the main monitor is active, he pulls back on the flight sticks and you feel the rumble of the Juno's engines moving the armored frame away from the ship as the main view screen switches on, showing the O'Brien shrinking in the distance. What did you do? 1 minute I'm pulling on a black box, the next thing you see is a light show going on outside. Some kind of laser beam near cuts me in half. I didn't do anything. There was something in the hangar, and then it went off. It was tearing the whole ship apart from the inside. So you tripped an AF's weapon system or something? Can't let you anywhere near these things without you causing problems. You're about to continue your protest to Hansen when you see a column of light penetrate the surface of O'Brien. Oh boy. What the fuck? That's it! It's got to be some sort of prototype AF or something. I've never seen a weapon like it. Tore through O'Brien's hull like paper. What the hell kind of weapon is that? Idea, we need to take it out. We need to stop it, whatever it is, before it can do this to Gundog. Hey, look at our lieutenant. Who knew he had the stones? Guess easier to make an order than follow it through. Don't just think you're hot stuff yet. Cruz, would you just... Before you can finish, Hansen slams the controls forward, pushing you back into your seat and sending you directly towards the enemy at top speed. Struggle with the frame's acceleration. You look across to Hansen, who... Oh, we got ads. Yeah, it's about to die, chat. It's about to fucking die. He's leaning towards it. Deep scowl in his face. With this chest... Hang on. Face, with his chest visibly rising and falling. Looking back at the main monitor, you see the O'Brien growing at an alarming rate. As the targeting reticle of the screen shifts back and forth over the approximate location of the target. Suddenly, his Hansen started towards the unknown machine and topped the O'Brien. He puts both feet down hard and the pedals attached to the bottom of the pilot seat, causing the Juno to suddenly jet upwards. The maneuver is quickly followed by both flight sticks being yanked backwards, bringing the armored frame to a halt just above the target. As the reticle coalesces over the enemy machine, Hansen pulls the trigger and fires off a slew of bullets, which fly through the space that had been, until moments before occupied by a mysterious enemy. Small explosions and rounds rip through the innards of O'Brien. Why did it? With deft manipulation of controls, Hansen simultaneously rotates the armor frame and sends it flying away from the O'Brien at speed as he scours the monitors, showing signs of his target. It's too fast, too. As quickly as it disappeared, the unidentified craft reappears immediately in front of you. A telltale glow emanating from the foremost protrusion of the main body. In the second that he had to do so, Hansen had detached the Juno's shield and hurled at the machine, disrupting its beam and buying him some precious bows and he retreated full speed. God damn, what the hell is this thing? Once again, Hansen surveys the surrounding space, trying to find an elusive and deadly enemy. There, it's heading straight towards the Gundog, pointed towards a small pulse of light amongst stars showing on screen. Scout deepening, Hansen once more pushes the controls in Juno to their limit, moving to pursue the attacker at top speed. As the enemy shrinks in distance in Juno's monitor, Hansen doesn't let up on speed, maintaining a high level of acceleration. The tremors you feel in the cockpit grow more intense the faster the armor frame moves. Grabbing onto the straps holding you in place, with both hands you pass your eyes over the readouts of the cockpit's various dial sub-monitors. Almost all of them are flashing warnings alert as the needles on the majority of the gauges deepen red. Cruz, if you keep this up, the Juno's gonna fall apart. Slow it down! Smirks at your order, scoffing as he somehow finds more acceleration and increases the vibration to the point you feel like it'll shake you to pieces any moment now. This is my Juno, Lieutenant. Don't tell me how to treat her. She's not as delicate as she looks. And we're gonna need all she's got to get back to the Gundog before that thing, Cruz. If we get back and then we're dead. Yeah, you can write me up to the captain when that happens. You groan and close your eyes, trying to ignore the beeping that started, the high-pitched whine you hear coming from the back of the cockpit. You're aware of every second that passes as the two of you race back to the Gundog, tension worsened by the near-constant screaming in the warning systems. With Hansen in control, all you can do is hope that you get back in time before the Gundog can be cut to pieces by the weapon you'd seen, make short work of the O'Brien. Oh, this sucks. You lost track how long you've been pursuing the enemy, and suddenly some garbled staggers from the speakers, and this shrill, panicked voice screeches at you. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Lord J. Gundog. We're under attack by an unknown enemy unit. Any JCF ships in range, please respond. Lieutenant Lord, Lord, this is Gundog 1, approaching Gundog at Cruz, where have you been? Get back to ship right now. We're under fire for something. Hansen rolls his eyes as he cuts off by Vanessa's demand. How's that, ma'am? Gundog on returning. Now! Shaking his head rather than following up with an answer, Hansen quickly clicks a few switches, and you see the readouts of some monitors which display information about the armor frame's weapon systems. As he does this, you're turning your attention to the main... Oh wow, it's just shooting all around. Monitor in the distance, you see small lights flickering in and out, surrounding a point in space, which on-screen readouts informing the Gundog. With the Juno approaching the ship at speed, you can see that the lights are actually rounds being rapidly fired from the Gundog's point defense system. A collection of rotary cannons mount on turrets along the ship's exterior. You can tell from the short bursts and erratic shifts in direction they're firing that the machine you ran into on the Brian is moving both quickly and unpredictably, with an automated cannon that's unable to keep up. Lord, it's Gundog 1, we're back at... Cruz, what the hell is this thing? How would I know? Useless. Here, Hansen mutters something under his breath, too quiet for the communication system back up. Just destroy it! We've already taken such heavy hits from the port hull. Yeah, I get it. Just tell Dees to watch that anti-air. As the Juno closes in Gundog, you watch the trajectory of the shots being... Oh, wow. Look at it go! Zoom! It's Zoom! Trajectory of shots being fired from the point defense system, knowing that they indicate where the enemy's machine was rather than where it is. Based on the speed at which it's moving, you know that if you're going to have a chance of taking this thing down, you need to figure out a way to get ahead of it. You're about to make this observation to Hansen, but you see a deep focus in the eyes, your eyes tracing the path the enemy moves along as it weaves around the barrage coming from the ship. A sudden flurry of motion controls adjusts the armor frame's trajectory, sending it soaring uncomfortably close to Gundog's bridge, just in time to intercept a strange craft as it rises up in the far side of the ship. Using the same evasive maneuvers, amateur, Hansen yells. Slamming down on the pedals, Hansen positions Juno over the top of the enemy. You hear a heavy click as he pulls the trigger on the right flicks. Too easy. Hell yeah! Direct hit. As the rounds of the machine gun slam into target, Hansen presses down on the button on the left flight stick, sending a volley of missiles roaring away in the Juno shoulder pod and directly into the enemy, engulfing in an explosion. How powerful the machine is, the pilot's no good. What? It's about clear staring back at the machine he's just seen hit by a swarm of missiles, each one individually powerful enough to destroy another armored frame. Instead of being totally destroyed, the craft is completely fine. You don't even see a hint of a scorch mark on his armor. What's this thing made of? Hansen snarls, pulling the trigger on the right flank stick again, this time it empties the entire magazine into the target. It's a totally indifferent to Hansen's assault. The craft turns to face you, and you see an increasingly bright light begin to build in front of it. Sparks and crackles of electricity running along its nearly dry surfaces. Move! Don't tell me how to pilot! Hansen yells back at you and navigates the Juno away from the beam. The terrestrial space just as occupied. 5 seconds after it felt like a moment of triumph, the tables were so thoroughly turned you find yourself being slammed from side to side. Hansen executes a rapid series of maneuvers in an attempt to escape the enemy's pursuit. Huge beams of energy blast through the ship. Through the space around you, every 2 seconds, Juno dives, climbs, and rolls in banks. Oh, you know what we can use? We can use the foam. It leads through the hail of bullets coming from the Gundog's own defensive systems, and attacks on the enemy machine. Hansen's breathing grows faster and faster. Hansen, we can't outrun it. We're going to need to figure something out. He's looking rapid back and forth for the monitor, engaged his hands, switching quickly. Sending Juno darting from place to place. Hansen doesn't seem to notice you at all. Hansen! Hansen! What? This isn't working. We need to do something. Tell me how to pilot! Stow it! You can't keep this up forever. We need to figure something out. CL as Hansen gets thrown into the side of the cockpit by a high-speed turn that he pulls off just as the huge beam passes overhead. Illuminating the cockpit as brightness fills the monitors. Come on then, man. What do you have in mind? We should use Dalton's creation. Everybody trying to come up with some way to stop this impervious enemy. Just watch it take a direct hit from a frame-busting missile to come away with a scratch. If that didn't harm it, then nothing else at Juno will be able to stop it. Thoughts race as you try to come up with a solution. How do you destroy the invulnerable? That's it! What? If the missiles won't take that thing down, nothing else we've got is going to be able to destroy it. Great, so what, Lieutenant? You think we can just surrender now and destroy it? That's not what I mean. If we can't destroy it, then we need to change tactics. We need to try and disable it. Hansen glanced across you with a sneer, clearly about to criticize your idea before he began to respond to his attention and taking another blast at the enemy's energy weapon when she evades at the very last moment. Dalton's been working on a compound to seal hull breaches, but he's been turning it into ammunition for the Juno's machine gun too. If it works, we can trap this thing that's us made to set hard enough to act as a new hull. There's no way it can escape. It stops at you despite being in the middle of carrying out a maneuver involving suddenly braking, dropping downwards through space, and letting the enemy machine fly overhead so they can fire another volley of machine gun rounds to the other side. That works, Lieutenant. What if it doesn't? Are we going to trust that little dork of our lives? Have you a better idea, Ensign? That's what I thought. As Jude continues to shake from the strain its engines are under, and the sudden spins and turns to Hansen's making it form, initially towards the communications as you press down on the button allows you broadcast. Gundog, this is Gundog 1, patch me through to cadet range. Don't touch my controls! Shut up, Hansen. I repeat, Gundog, it's Gundog 1, patch me through cadet. What do you want, Steel? We're just about to send Rumney out. But the launch pads are damaged, so they're coming out in the main hangar door. Deal with that thing for a few more minutes. Now if you got the Junos are going to stop it, Lord. Just put me through to Dalton. Thinking Harv's amp out there. I'm in charge of this operation, Steel. Don't go distracting my... Lord? Shut up! Put me through to Dalton right now! Oh, I love it. Just tell her off! Lieutenant Dalton, we're doing our best to get Haru out there. We just need to... Oh, we got ads. 30 seconds. We'll stop for a sec. This is getting intense. Woo! Straight vibes. I love this. Indeed. Woo, indeed. This is stellar. Oh, yeah. I love intense dogfights. There you go. A little dogfighting. Dalton, forget about Haru. Did you manage to make any more of your sealant ammunition? Huh? Oh yeah, I managed to make enough for 2 whole magazines, but send it out now! Ah, but Lieutenant, I'm not tested. Now, Dalton. Yes, yes, ma'am. The cockpit shutters, an armor frame breaks suddenly, followed by tight corners that takes it around the rear of the Gundog and out of sight of the attacker. Oh, woo! Woo! There you go, Ice. There you go. A little woo for you. Although you're slammed backwards, Hansen remains focused and unleashes a barrage of machine gun fire. Just an enemy source past you. Yeah. Although you slam backwards, Hansen remains focused and unleashes a barrage of machine gun fire. Just an enemy source past you. As you recover, you glare at Hansen. Is that necessary? Never waste ammo, Steel. Where the other craft can respond, Hansen quickly moves away and you can see the empty magazine ejected from the June's machine gun. Range send the ammo out on the supply launch, heading to 0 Mark 30, full thrust. Yes sir, 0 Mark 30, launch in 4 minutes. Get it done in 2, kid. Yes sir. Alright. The enemy back in pursuit. Hansen breaks the Juno up to full thrust as he navigates the armored frame of the Gundog into a location you know has the most point defense coverage. Pressure from the sudden acceleration pins you against your seat, but you manage to turn to look at Hansen. The mocking you just given Dalton the front of your mind despite everything. Watching Hansen's eyes flick rapidly to the different screens and readouts within the cockpit. His hands moving almost too fast to perceive as he feathers the flight sticks to simultaneously evade the fire from the Gundog and attacking craft. Oh shit. Turn back to focus on the main monitor, see the enemy machine heading straight towards you. Charge that Hansen evades with a feint at the last possible moment. Besides, thinking that it probably wouldn't be a good time to distract the pilot. As the attacking craft speeds away into the distance before stopping suddenly and turning its axis to head back towards the Gundog, Hansen turns to Juno and speeds towards it in front of the ship, moving in the location instructing Dalton to send the ammunition. With the main monitor now focused on the open main hand door, you see Dalton is just ordered, sending a supply launch rocketing towards you. Launch, little more than a large sled with a series of thrusters attached, speeds through the void towards you in a smooth motion. Hansen moves to meet it. He deftly manages the armored frame's hands to grab the machine gun magazine tethered to it without needing to stop. Pulling back, just in time to evade another blast from the enemy cannon, Hansen slams the flight sticks forward, sending the armored frame tearing through the space towards the object. This better work, Steel. Where the craft can evade Hansen, brings the machine gun to bear on it, holds down the trigger, the rounds all meeting their mark. Oh, hell yeah. Shots land, the enemy machine is engulfed in a sudden expanding mass that billows outwards to the point of impact and spreads all over its surface. Within seconds, attackers encased in a thick coating of Dalton's compound resets as suddenly as it had expanded, leaving the craft's long appendages visibly struggling against the material restraining properties. Hey, that stuff's not bad. Kid's done good work. But we're not done yet. Hold on, Lieutenant. Despite being almost entirely encompassed in the sealant, your foe is still heading right at you. Where the hell do you think you're going? Hansen yells sudden June straight towards the enemy. You're not going anywhere! The impact reverberates violently through the cockpit. The armor frame slams an oncoming craft. Oh, this is so sick. Go to hell! Yeah! Watch as with a rapid sequence of button press in the right flight stick, Hansen commands the Juno to let it go of its machine gun and draw its combat knife. The whole armored frame shakes with each impact as Hansen drives a knife over and over to one of the small portions of the exposed armor, showing once the mass sealant. The world becomes a cacophony of noise as the flash of knives and armor surface in enemy's machine. Screams of Geo's engines they are struggling to counteract the other craft's thrust, and the various alarms warning all the fire. Go down! You! Ah, hell. Suddenly you're forced back in your seat by a rush of acceleration. Hanson, what's going on? Seeing the man turn your head against the force of the thrust, see Hanson shunting the flight sticks back and forth and stomping on the pedals. His engines are cut out, but the controls have gone on hours. I can't stop them. Hanson continues to struggle while the controls of Vanessa screeches at you array suddenly more panicked than ever. Cruz, you're heading straight toward a hangar! Change course! Cruz! I'm trying! Cruz, you're going to... Holy shit, that rocked. It's like Ensign Cruz gaining advantage against an unknown enemy craft that attacked the JSF Gundog. Mechanical failure in the engines of the Junos 3 resulted in both the undived machine and armored frame crashing the ship's hangar. Oh god, I hope Dalton's okay. Steele and Ensign Cruz were both quickly extracted from the armored frame and sent to the ship's sickbay. Put clear for duty, Lieutenant Steele's ordered to hangar help secure the enemy craft. Out of Jovian's fate, the hangar Jovian patrol ship, JSF Gundog. Stretch your neck from side to side as roll your shoulders as you wait for the captain's judgment. Dr. Rosam has done his best for the neck injury he acquired during Hanson's less than textbook landing, but the captain had been insistent that our sole security officer return to duty immediately. As a result, after a cursory once over, the doctor is giving you an anti-inflammatory injection on one side of your neck and an injection of painkillers on the other, sending you on your way. Still left your neck numb, and you with a vague sensation that your head could become detached at any moment. At least you were up and about. Surveying the oh, safe. Thankfully for this miracle. Both Hanson Juno and the craft have been fighting and entered the hangar at full thrust. If Dalton had thought quickly and activated every single piece of arrestor gear available, the two machines would have torn straight through into the belly of the Gundog. On top of that, they slammed into a storage container that held the tank he'd been keeping experimental high-density foam in, causing it to rupture and coat the attacker and the substance adhered to it in the hangar floor. The machine stuck in place. It didn't take long for the Juno's engines to burn out as it pushed against the immovable object. Make a mental note to give Dalton your thanks later. Not only had the rounds loaded with the substance work perfectly, it saved you, Hanson, possibly the entire ship. What this did mean, though, was that the mysterious assailant which had torn O'Brien to pieces and nearly done the same to the Gundog was stuck. Irremovably, for the time being, right in the middle of the hangar. Had shown activity since it went dead, just outside the Gundog, but having one of those eye-like cameras exposed didn't leave you. Is this craft secured, Lieutenant? Oh yes, ma'am. To be honest, Cadet Grange's foam has done most of the work for us. None of that stuff it's covered with. I don't see it making a move anytime soon. Even the tethers we use aren't really necessary. When we get back to Europa Colony, it'll probably be easier to remove the entire hangar block to get to this thing rather than carve it out. Is that so? Yes, ma'am. Wait for a moment, the captain allows your response to her rhetorical question to hang in the air. Besides capturing enemy technology goes, it could have certainly gone more smoothly. A full of anger shoots through your body. As if he had any right to criticize things going badly. Immediately suppresses reactions, Captain turns back towards you. Regardless, you've all done good work today, Lieutenant Steele, Cadet Grange. Oh, man, thank you. Dalton would have who'd been lurking at your side like a nervous shadow this entire time, squeaks. Without expected complaint, compliment taking completely by surprise. I mean, that is, if the container hadn't been in the area, then we wouldn't have lost so much hangar space. I'm sorry, that simply would gently elbow the cadet to the side. Which is, thank you, ma'am. Very good, Cadet. Well then. Once again leaves the sentence to trail off, half-formed. Whereas his manner of speech had previously left you concerted, it's an indication that there was something the captain was holding back. You found yourself no longer bothered by it. This was because you were used to it, or simply too tired to be perturbed. It was a matter you hadn't quite decided on. Dalton, on the hand, was still clearly terrified by the concept of being in such close proximity to the captain, to the point where his nervousness was palpable. If it wasn't for the rustling of his jumpsuit caused by his nervous fidgeting, he felt there was a good chance he'd be able to hear his heartbeat racing. Has the chief? Ah! Has the chief finished my assessment of the craft, Captain? Ah! With a amount of grace that surprises you, the chief, having appeared from underneath the catwalk, grabs onto the handrail and effortlessly redirects her momentum, planting your feet firmly in the walkway you're all stood on. Thank you, Chief Cappius. And your assessment? Hard to say. Never seen anything like it. General structure is totally different from the humanoid construction you see on an AF. Whatever materials this thing is made of don't line up with what we've seen on Martian or Terran machines. Even the samples of that titanium they made on Lunar didn't have this kind of durability this thing showed. Based on the combat data from Cruise AF, even that had been torn apart. Plus no indication of a traditional drive system, which... Security assessment, Chief Cappius? Something as a wave of realization hits you, causing a painful twinge in your neck. As soon as you got out of the sickbay, the captain ordered you to secure the craft. In your current state, still running on leftover adrenaline, recently dosed up medication, follow that order to the letter, completely forgetting about assessing any potential risks. Hmm? Right, yes, Captain. There's no sign to indicate that this craft is active anymore. No measurable electronic activity. No reading suggests an active reactor. Looks like the whole thing has been totally shut down. The only reading it showed anything was a boson count. It's surrounded by a massive amount of residual distortion. No idea why, though. You need a whole engine to put out the amount. I'm registering around it. As far as I can tell, Captain, whatever this thing might be, it's not doing anything anytime soon. I see. And the pilot? If there's anyone in there, they aren't getting out. I checked over all the visible proportions of the structure, and there's no trace of cockpit hatch or entry panel. How strong Cadet Courage's compound is, there's no way they'd be able to break through. You might have gone pretty heavy on the Cyano accolades, huh, Captain Cadet? Chief asked with a wink. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. It's a good thing, Cadet. If you hadn't, this thing might have been able to tear its way out and continue its rampage around the ship's insides. Best way I could put it, Captain, I hope they got enough oxygen emergency rations that are last them until we get back to Europa, because we aren't getting them out. And you, Lieutenant? You'd hope that the Chief's explanation would suffice, but the Captain had turned attention to you expectantly. Yeah. I think Chief Cass is about to cover, Captain. Didn't see anything that looked like a hatch when we were securing it, so I don't think anyone's getting out of there. Let's see. Nothing to add? Spent a brief moment trying to come up with some other comment you could add to what the Chief had said. Feeling another twinge in your neck layer over the already present exhaustion, you realize you simply don't have the energy. No, ma'am. Well, that makes life easier. Swift classes weren't designed for breaks. Takes a moment to move to the railings and placing her hands onto them. Resting a little and her weight remains in slow gravity on the support, whilst also drumming her fingers against them. As you watch Captain Bartimeus, you see the brief glimmer of a spark in her eyes. A slight change transforming in front of you from that consistently disinterested captain, you know, to a canny, analytical version of herself. She turns back to face you, putting one hand she keeps on the railing. In that case, our priority is getting this back to Europa Colony, where it can be investigated properly. Less time we have this on board, the less risk it poses to us. Chief Capus, I want those engines online now. Cadet Grange, I want Ensign Cruz Juno's fully operational combat ready. If this decides to reactivate, I want to be ready for it. And Steele, I want you to act on active patrol until Ensign Cruz is out of sickbay. You and Rumney and Cruz will be carrying out patrols around the clock until we dock at Europa. This thing has shown itself to be full of surprises. Just because we can't see a way for the pilot to get out doesn't mean there isn't one. Carry out a normal patrol and then report back to me. I'll be on my quarters to bring this up. Understood? Three of you snap at attention and throw a salute in perfect synchronization. Even a chronically fidgety Dalton maintains a perfectly still, professional consonance. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Dismissed. A shove against the railing, the captain launches herself towards the hangar entrance, and the three of you drop your stuff, stiff posture as soon as she's out of sight. Hell of a day, huh, Lieutenant? Roll those shoulders once again, trying to get rid of that stiffness that's working its way into your neck. On a day's work. Smirk at the Chief's question. She wasn't wrong. At this point, you felt you were running out of fumes. Driven by willpower alone, if you admitted yourself that you were on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, it won't be long before it actually happened. I don't know about you, Chief, but this is what I signed up for. Is that right, Lieutenant? Chief gives you a playful punch to the arm. In stark contrast to your grace earlier, such actually sends you spinning away in low gravity, turning you to grab onto a nearby piece of your apparatus. Stop yourself. Maybe not quite. You admit. Well, signed up to make sure this dog's tail keeps wagging. Right now, the engine's offline. That's not happening. I'll go to head back to the engine room. We all got jobs to do. No time to stand around chatting. We want to get our unexpected passenger back to Europa Colony. Cadet? Chief? The main thruster module on Cruz Jr. is completely fried. Don't bother trying to salvage it. It's going to need a wholesale replacement. Understood? Yes, Chief. Alright then. Both of you, get to it. With that, the Chief launches herself off to a nearby railing and towards the hangar entrance. Much like you had with the captain earlier, you watch as she disappears, relaxing slightly when she's out of sight. As you look around your surroundings, you see that Dalton has already made his way towards Hansa Juno, leaving you alone. Kick off the catwalk and begin to gently drift towards the hangar exit, taking one last look back at the hangar before you leave. Sorry for the sounds of Dalton's exploratory tinkering in Hansa Juno, the background home of various air handling systems. The hangar is effectively silent. This made the sight of the previously hostile machine lifelessly positioned right in the middle of it all the stranger. Still, the Chief seems adamant that there was no chance it was going to go anywhere. Look at it now, you have no reason not to believe her. Time for patrol then. If you really lean forward, shifting yourself into a position where you can view as much of the machine as the surrounding mass of rock-solid foam as possible. Just like... Hello! Oh wait, hang on. Hello. Hey, hey! Oh, hey, Thomas! It's the bestie with the chesty... Hi, Sherry in chat! Here I am. Just like the chief said, no science activity, no science of life. Ah! Hello there, it is I, the Cherry, savior of the universe, variety VTuber and streamer. And I'm a bit of an EP binge. Every video game played is another world saved, and see if we saved one game tonight, which is quite amazing. So, we're trying to continue Story from Soul, see where it goes. Hopefully things don't end too poorly in this world. Hansen has fought tooth and nail just to stay alive, but showing you how dangerous it was, how powerful. If it hadn't been for Dalton's foam rounds, how much longer would have Hansen been able to hold out? The fact that it had been almost unstoppable until suddenly deactivating it started to nag as you stared at it. Had it really been stopped, or was there something else going on? Oliver Raylan's kick off gently towards the strange machine, taking in every visible detail as he slowly floated over it. Grabbing another protrusion with the massive foam, you direct yourself, continuing to inspect the machine from a different perspective. Calmly and methodically repeat this process a few times more before returning to the catwalk near your hangar entrance. Like she said, in a science sword, hatch a cockpit. This thing may be powerful, but there's no way a pilot would be able to break through all of this. Launch hatch is out of action. The only way to get the armor frames out of the hangars by opening the main door, should depressurize the entire area. Not that I've got a reason to use them right now. Thank God. To say everything, both Junos are actually in pretty good condition and going to burn out engines and Hansen's at least. Thanks to Dalton triggering the arrestor gear at the right time, Hansen's Juno was caught before it could get covered in foam. Most of it looks still be working order. It's gonna be tricky to use it for anything considering how full the hangar is now. And stack of crates is everything Delta could salvage after the crash. A good portion of his supplies was sucked out in space, or stuck inside the huge mess. Should be a problem since we're heading straight back to Europa, but if we're out here much longer, it become an issue. We've actually had time to check on what we've lost. If we're gonna take a chance to do an inventory, figure out what we lost and what we got left, current situation got other things to focus on. The energy sheet's high enough at best times. Now Rue's not gonna try to learn how to use them. Alright. In order to carry out security patrol for the captain, and with you being up to speed with what was going on in the hangar, that meant fire control was your next stop. As you step onto a small room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Hey Lieutenant, did they send you to check on me? Just a standard security patrol, D's. How's it all going? Normally placid warrant officer rolls his eyes. Theatrically slumping back in his chair, gesturing at the monitors all around with much visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. Been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with the long-range target system is even worse than before. So I can't actually do anything unless you got targeted visual range. Which means I got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. See now, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I know, same thing as before, just worse. That's how the enemy got the drop of us. We didn't know they were there until they were right on top of us. Otherwise, might have been able to get some shots in from the main guns. Might have been able to do something against the machine, at least. Not like the point defense cannons we're gonna use. I swear, I almost got it so many times that it moved faster than the cannons could, and even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where it would be. Ugh. The ground, Dylan slides further his chair, kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in slow circle. As he rotates, he glances over at all the monitors are turning back at you. But yeah, anyway, the long-range targeting system is almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it got way worse when the thing showed up. Tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything else going on, so like, looks over on top of his glasses and he shrugs. It is what it is, you know? Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting her focus slightly as he rotates past them. So what's up to you, Lieutenant? Got really gnarly out there, huh? You alright? Take a moment to rub your neck. You notice it was beginning to stiffen, the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully our doctor giving you would hold out for a few more hours. Yeah, not too bad, Dees. Thanks for asking. That's good. Yeah. I see Hansen's Juno through the cameras. Pulled some pretty sick maneuvers. He must have been really hanging on in there. Think back at how you've been able to throw around the cockpit with some of Hansen's stunts. experience of clinging on to the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to leave soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty wild out there. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't do more to help you out there with the Gundog's weapons, you know? Just everything was way too slow. Smile and wave your hands subtly and dismiss Dylan's concern. Don't worry about it, Deez. Couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? Silence between the two of you. And you're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eyes, speaks in a hushed tone. Like, what is that saying, Lieutenant? Hammond O'Brien, is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? You got the pilot yet? Place your hands on your hips before shifting your weight onto one foot, crossing your arms instead. While exhaling deeply, you break the eye contact and look around the room at the monitors, finally looking back at Dylan, who was sitting there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Deez, I got no idea. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces and came for the Gundog. Nothing we've seen to have been able to scratch it. It's a loud sigh, making his frustration obvious. Ah, great, okay. Oh, thanks anyway, ma'am. Guess I better get back to those monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Sure, I'll check on you later, Deez. That Dylan turns back to the wall of some monitors, and you watch them begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting shifting views on some screens and altering the focus on others. Bad time. Oh, Deez? Yes, Lieutenant? How come you're not listening to your music? Loud groan, Dylan leans back in his chair and stares at the ceiling for we're looking back at you. I'm on high alert, and because the long range system down, that means we're on visual range targeting only. It's only getting early warnings and detection notices. I've got to be on lookout the entire time, so I can't put an album on. Take it easy. It's killing me. I see. Well, what's good is it even gonna do if I see another one of those things. Gundog's weapons could keep up with the one that made itself at home right in our ship. I mean, do we even know it's out of commission for real? Grit your teeth. You'd like to give Dylan some reassurance, but you were having similar thoughts yourself. I just want the chief to fix it, so I can get back to my music. I feel like if I have to sit here in silence for much longer, I'm gonna go nuts. Oh, if I get the chance, I'll bring it up with her, alright? Nice, thanks, Lieutenant. No problem, Deez. Oh, I forgot to talk to Dalton. I just realized. Hey, Dalton! You shoot across the hangar as you shove your railings towards him, hoping that by giving the cadet as much notice as possible, you won't spook him. Hello, Lieutenant, how can I help, ma'am? Sigh inwardly. Although he wasn't alarmed or shocked, you can tell he was more nervous than usual. Nothing to worry about, Cadet. Just part of the patrol. Making sure I'm checking on everyone. How are you doing? I'm doing alright, Lieutenant. Thank you. Are you sure? Didn't seem possible to have been more apprehensive, but looking at him now, you can see something eating away him. You sure about that, Cadet? Well, I am, the span of half a sentence, Delta goes from bundle of nerves energy totally deflated. I don't want to be here anymore. Everything's going wrong and it keeps getting worse and I just be another level of this thing. I'm scared. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. Hey, Dalton, it's alright. Don't take it aback. You tentatively move toward the cadet, raising your arm and laying a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Dalton bats your hand away, simultaneously wiping his eyes and sleeves, smearing tears across his face. No, I'm fine, ma'am. It's just a little bit stressed about this, but it's time I need to fix. You move forward again, but before you can reach him, he spins around. What a baby! I love him. Dalton is baby. Preparing to kick off the Juno towards the crates on the side of the hangar. Grab him. Anchor yourself in one hand, you reach out in the other, grabbing the back of the jumpsuit second before you can get away. Oh man, I'm so caught. We gotta. You strain for a moment, gets the force of momentum, but you grip hold and draw him back to you. Damn, Dalton, it's alright! Having done nothing to stop himself, the force of you pulling Dalton back leaves him slowly float in your chest. It's gonna be okay. Oh. Dalton floats limply in silence. You keep your grip on him, but don't say anything. Not wanting to push him before he's ready. I'm sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get so worked up. It's just been so really stressful day, and finding it's a bit tough. Lean back slightly, giving yourself enough space so you can look Dalton in the eyes. Or you would if it wasn't objectively avoiding eye contact. Hey, Cadet, like I said, it's alright. Jump's not easy at the best of times. It's fine to be stressed out. I know, but I really shouldn't be. You release your grip on his jumpsuit, laying the hand on his shoulder instead. Come on now. It's fine. You're fine. It's a really stressful day. We're all feeling the pressure right now, and there's nothing wrong with admitting that. For being honest, I'd be more worried about anyone on the ship who's not feeling the strain. The chief and the captain, Trust me, Cadet, everyone is feeling at the moment. Turning away from you, you look at the strange machine amongst the mass of the foam. At the other side of the hangar, the training engineer sighs despondently before looking back at you. How do you all deal with it? Helpless smile at Dalton's question. You wish I could tell you. Oh. But hey, you move your hand from Dalton's shoulder and said, patting him reassuringly on the arm. Doing good work. I know it's tough, but just focus on what you've got to focus on. Let's worry about the rest, okay? Thank you, ma'am. I'll do my best. That's all you can do, cadet. Letting another deep sigh out, Dalton turns back to the engine module. He's prepared to remove, grabbing on the handle, sticking out the open maintenance hatch with one hand and rubbing his still teary eyes with the back of the other. I should really be, of course. No problem. I've given Dalton some good vibes. He needed it. We even head to mess hall, our own machine made coffee, pancakes washed down the four-side thoroughfare, stomach grows audibly. You hadn't realized how hungry you were until now, but with the scent of rich food in the air, your body begins to let you know of no uncertain terms that you're ravenous. Step aside, you see Ensign Rumney leaning back lazily in their chair, slowly picking their way through a stack of syrup-covered pancakes. Fork in one hand, cup of coffee in the other. They acknowledge you by looking over the doorway, raising their cup of coffee slightly before returning their meal. Before you can say anything, your stomach growls loudly again. Smirk appears on the pilot's face briefly, but is quickly dismissed as they go take another mouthful of pancake. To carry on eating, you decide to leave them to it for the time being and head into the room to take a look at the available options. The vending machine, available snacks, all chocolate bar seems appealing as you go to take your ID card out of your pocket. You realize you still got a silent voice bar in there from earlier. You're all about that. I was drinking that right now. It'd be pretty weird if I decided to take a swig. Approaching machine, look over the list of menu options. If you'd surprised when the first got on board, the choice was just as extensive as the machines on larger ships you've been stationed on. The problem with this was that all the choice made it difficult to decide what you wanted to eat. Spend a minute or two going back and forth with various menu options or nailing down. Yeah, I'll have some pancakes. Oh, hydrate? Thank you, Ice. I love you, babe. Okay, tacos or pancakes? Pancakes. Select the option will give you an identical stack of pancakes to one Haru is eating. The machine begins to take a series of loud mechanical noises. After a few moments, the hatch opens, the plate steaming stack of pancakes covering syrup slides out. Take a plate from the machine, head down to the table, sit down. You see Haru's sign seems that they're not interested in conversation, so I respect them by saying anything. Take cutting the first pancake, you notice Haru look across to you, take a slow, leisurely sip of coffee. Hey, Lieutenant! Just taking a first mouthful, the ensign points their fork at you. Solid choice! You nod and they do the same for returning their own half-eaten stack. To your hunger, you consume the pancakes voraciously, with it only taking you a few minutes to consume the entire stack. Just as though you managed to wolf down the whole plateful, Haru was barely making progress in the remaining half stack. Still a bit self-aware in your gluttony, you stand quickly and return to the plate and meal vendor. As the plate is taken back to the machine, you exhale deeply, a feeling of contentedness and satisfaction spreads through you, taking the edge off your exhaustion. Although Haru was keeping to themselves right now, you felt with things the way they were on board the ship, you could check in with everyone. Pull up the seat next to the pilot, he gives you a flicker of recognition for being slowly pick at their pancakes. Ensign Rumney, how you holding up? Probably better than you after that landing, Steel. Didn't think I'd be seeing you at sickbay so soon. Yeah, well, I was lucky that. So is Hansen out too? Oh no, he's still being seen by the doctor. When I left, he was taking him into the surgery wing. Something about artificial ossification? Damn, how do you manage to go and break something that seriously while you're up and about without scratch? Well, next time you see him, make sure you give him the thanks he deserves for getting you out of that situation alive. If it wasn't for his piloting, this whole ship would be space dust right now. So wild. You roll your eyes across your arms. You know they're not wrong, but thought of actively thanking Hansen for something. Yeah, I'll let him know. Haru returns their attention to their pancakes, continuing the meal, while interrupting it with an occasional sip of coffee. Sit there for a little bit longer, but the silence drags on. You decide you probably got as much conversation out of Haru as you're going to, so you push your chair back and stand up. As you go to walk away, you hear the sound of Haru's chair as it scoots along the floor, causing you to turn back. I'm serious, Lieutenant. Make sure you tell him. You look at Haru for a moment, then mentally shrug as you turn away, and I heard you the first time, Ensign. Don't worry. Up to Captain Course, sense of trepidation. You finish your patrol, but for some reason you find such on to your quarters. Pretty sure why you come here. Despite everything you know about the captain, you're looking for a figure before to reassure you about the Gundog situation. Though you have your doubts, the captain's laconic ways and swift decisions give you the impression that there's more capability to her than she's letting on. And you come here to talk with the captain to reassure yourself it's the case. Maybe it's just that you can't resist a chance to bring up the contents of the report you read in quarters. It's good that you touch you, reach out and knock briskly on the door. You can't secure to muffle as the captain said, "Enter!" Press a button, terminals this door, and slides open and step inside. You enter, you take a deep breath of air in preparation for the malodor. You encountered last time you've been in this room. Fortunately for your nose and your lungs, reactivations of Gundog's life sources include the air scrubbers. Although the cordyceps smelled unpleasant last time you were here, it wasn't due to anything that stuck around. So now the atmosphere has the same familiar sterile scent as anywhere else. Do your best to exhale slowly and suddenly as you approach the captain, no longer needing the reserved clean corridor air to bear the smell of quarters. "Oh, Lieutenant!" Pay attention, instead she can just type something into her terminal. "You finish your patrol?" Checks for clips. "No, not yet, ma'am." Captain remains silent, she moves across the side of the desk for proper paper. You watch she comes away with a series of pages, all connected but with fold at regular intervals where they have, and neatly punctured for those small pinprick-like holes. She eventually concertina the pages together. Oh, it's a fun word. She places them into a drawer on the other side of the desk. She recognizes one of you obtained the emergency input codes from. In an accusatory click, she locks the drawer, finally turning her attention to you. "Is there an immediate issue, Lieutenant Steele?" You know what? I feel like playing with Destiny. Takes a moment and work up the confidence to ask a question the captain gives you idly. Eventually, you decide the best approach is simply as direct as possible. "I read the report, Captain." "Report, Lieutenant?" Draw a deep breath. You come this far. There's no sense turning back now. The report in your desk, ma'am. It was alongside the access codes. It's deep in thought, trying to understand what you're talking about when Captain expression takes you completely by surprise. Your normal look of lazy indifference instead replaced by savage glare. You feel chill down your back as the temperature of the room drops. "What were you doing reading that report?" The captain asked with clenched teeth. "It was amongst the access codes that fell out. You had no business reading it." "Respect, Captain, the report." "That report, Lieutenant Steele, is not just restricted, it's personal and nothing to do with you. Such a captain strikes you like a slap to the face, you feel intense anger flow for you. Nothing to do with you?" "Respect, Captain, that report has everything to do with me. I was part of the Calyx armored frame flight, so was Hansen. We both know about the report. We both have the right to know." See the captain's brow furrows between glare at you. Eventually he stands in a chair and walks to the far side of the quarters. "So you told Hansen as well, have you?" Captain's eyes drags on, unbearable now you finally at this moment. "Just want to know why, Captain. What happened? Why did you send the ships forward?" "Lieutenant, we've all made mistakes." Her use of the word mistakes makes you want to scream, as if that could explain what she's done. The phrasing makes you inarticulate with rage as you try to interject, but you find yourself lost for words. Now you have a patrol that needs to complete it. Unless you want to make a mistake of your own right now, I recommend you leave my quarters and carry on with it. "Now's not the time, Lieutenant." "Captain?" "Dismissed, Lieutenant." Wrist clutch and mind racing, and you stand in silence, the captain meeting your glare of a cold stare. Sight to rage you feel churning through your entire body. You find yourself barely able to move, let alone respond. Exasperated yell, you turn away the captain and head to the door, pressing the button nearby terminal, stepping into the corridor. Turn back as the door closed. Captain's pool case still locked on you. Now may not be time to decide, but soon. Storm out the corridor into the four-side thoroughfare, barely holding on to your anger. Despite the coolness of the empty thoroughfare, you still feel a flush of rage and lash out the nearest wall. Taking some deep breaths, you eventually begin to calm down and rest your forearms and head against the cool steel of the wall, exhaling deeply. Was it worth telling her? Probably not, but who knows. You swallow your anger, determined that the captain won't be able to dodge your questions for long. It's Cassandra's quarters. That's doors into the terminal inside, slides smoothly and step inside. Clearly those around and see Casey's in here, meaning she's likely still in the sick bay. Casey's sick bay much longer, the bed there is gonna end up looking like this. Given my issue, this room seems a little bit messier than last time I was here. Casey's still in sick bay. I realize the shocks from eating that thing's attacking the Gundog, not getting those things loose. I love her room. Across the terminal notes underneath everything is active. That's weird. Casey has been discharged from sick bay, so she could have come to access the terminal. Since no one else is the captain and me have access to their quarters. Look close to look, you see that both her emails first locks are open. How would these be open? Few commands inputs and keyboard, you close off the access session and shut the terminal down. Oh, that's not good. Someone's been snooping. And it's not me this time. After we brought the Gundam back online, the whole crew had been reminded about the locations of emergency spacesuits throughout the ship. The attack from that machine was so sudden, though, there was no chance of anyone put one on. If attacks had been successful, it probably wouldn't have made much difference to crew survival, if they'd been wearing one or not. Getting way too familiar with the Gundam spacesuit collection. I'd like to not wear one for the third time this mission. We're not gonna need to use this again. Okay, any imminent threats hurtling towards us? Nothing that I can see. No working order. Let's check on sickbay. Even before the elevator's doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh brightness of the sickbay's lighting. Powerful aroma of disinfectant wafts into the elevator as the doors slide open and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these features of sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. As always, everything appears in order, although you quickly notice that the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left, you see the room with the door leading to the surgery wing. Its large gallery window having taken it out on a frosted effect, obscuring the view of the inside beyond some big shapes. The doctor has been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hanson to wait for the necessary procedure. That seemed to be underway. Dad, why you cry? What, baby? You want to come up? Come here, buddy. Oh my goodness, this cat. Go up to him. He's just a baby. Oh my goodness, he's just a baby. I just picked up my cat. Hello! Hello, baby! Actually, pretty quickly, leaving Hanson wait. Yeah. Looking back to the beds, you see Casey tossing and turning uncomfortably. She'd been fast asleep when you and Hanson were brought in, to the point where you wondered she'd been sedated. Now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Casey? Casey! Is everything alright? You lay your hand on her shoulder and take her hand in yours. Cassandra. Hey Casey, can you hear me? What's wrong? Oh, it's you, Cherry. How's the mission? Did everything... Ah! Plus of the screen, Casey yanks her hand away from you, who's bringing up to her head, musing alongside her free hand as if trying to hold her head together. Completely overtaken by pain, Casey thrashes around the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing herself off it. Hey Casey, it's alright. It's gonna be okay. Look around in panic, not sure what to do. Your first mistake is to get Dr. Rosarian, but he's in the middle of the surgical procedure. You don't think he's able to drop everything just to come to Casey. Casey, did Dr. leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Yeah. Casey, come on, anything? Pills, on the counter, ugh! Without a moment's hesitation, dash over the counter where you see half-spent blister of tablets atop the box, more of the same. Grab a nearby small glass, fill it with water from the hand washing station, and take it and the tablets over to Casey. Hey, Casey, wake up, take these on, come on. Slide your arm to Casey's back and gently bring her up to an upright position, keeping your arm in place to prop her up. Oh, hey, honey, these are the tablets you mentioned, right? Sandra's still in the daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh yeah, doctors say they help my headaches. Shamelessly, she places two in her mouth and you help her with the glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it up her, you lower her back down into bed. Thanks, sweetie. You remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes. It looks like she's falling to some heavy slumber. That was that she was in when you brought her down earlier. Squeeze her hand before turning to leave. Before you could step away, you feel a gentle grip in your wrist. Hey, come back in a bit. I want to hear about your thing. Before she can finish, says, "Aw." Sentence Casey slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Casey. Aw. Poor thing. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, it's after affair. Let's go to the armory. Everything here seems okay. Everything looks alright. Not everything looks okay. Enemy pilot emerging from that machine are near zero, so definitely not worth me spending my time wandering around in one of these. Lock can handle, indicating the lock is engaged. Doesn't look like the issues we've been having affect the Army's security systems. Not that I'd be too worried, even if it had. You need the captain's authority to access the armory anyway. I'm the only person shipping lab in here. Central Hub. Let's go to engineering. Pass through its stillness the app thoroughfare and head into the surrounding depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look around for any sign of the chief, starting with the catwalks. and workstations above you, then the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below you. Hey, Chief! Chief, are you in here, Chief? Take a sip from your mouth. Shout, Chief! You wait a moment for a response before coming inside that you make sure Chief was in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like the engineering was that loud. Instead of carrying on your search for Chief Cappings, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through your mental list of checks that would make up your patrol report. As far as you can tell, everything seems in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. Take a moment to pause outside the door, leading the small room containing the interface to ship's central computer. Despite looking like any other door in the ship, made distinctive by stenciled paintwork, stating what lies within the ship's mainframe, you can feel the weight of the significance of what lies behind it. It had only been a few hours ago that you desperately hooked up the portable sub-terminal and used the last of its battery to open the door, allowing you to make your way inside and reactivate the computer and fit the Gundog. You find a small amount of dark humor in the fact that you'd rather be dealing with those circumstances again rather than what happened now, despite the stress you feel at the time. You might never know what you've got until it's gone. You run your hand over the cool metal on the door. It's not like I can get in here anyway. Access is restricted to Captain and Casey. With that, you turn away and the engineering department's being walk away. Alright. Well, I've taken a look at everything. Any guess? Unless there's something I'm forgetting to do. There might be something I miss. It's not like I'm on the schedule or anything. Check on things out. Yeah, engine room. Doors of the engine room slide open in front of you, and you've met with disheartening sight as the huge engine remains totally stationary, devoid of its normal rotation. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area stood is disconcerting. The only thing breaking the all-engulfing silence is a constant grumble coming from the lone figure of the Chief leaning over a control panel in the distance. Chief, everything alright? Call as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant, it's not! You're also a little taken back by both the Chief's curt response, but also that you didn't need to pester her in order to drag her attention away from what she's doing. No? No. If I didn't know better, I'd call it sabotage, but no one else on the ship has to know how to do the kind of thing. So right now, I look like an idiot who can't get the NPEs back online. Whoa, Chief, hold on. Sabotage? It's not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on the ship would know how to do this kind of thing. I ruled out hardware issues. Never seen the software do a full reset on the startup process before, so unless it's something I'm missing like an idiot, then... Chief, what's going on? I've gone through the entire startup process and was just about to fire out the NPEs when that machine crashed in the hangar. I had to go and secure it. Status everything should have held up at that point until I got back. That would have been straightforward, but just under a few commands to restart engines, but... Chief lashes out of her boot, striking the bottom of the case and control panel to work on. All processes have been reset, and all my calibrations checks have been wiped. I had to start from the very beginning. Without the NPEs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone the HFTD started. And until I can get the HFTD up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being on the hangar figuring out what's going on with the machine. It's killing me! Every second I waste screwing around the engines is another second we're drifting the boonies of God knows what in our hangar. Ugh. Chief strikes the base of the control panel again before leaning over it and beginning keying commands. Even the preset functions I've installed have been wiped out. It's basically at shipyard status. This is ridiculous. Where's gonna have to... Is there anything I can do to help? No. Oh. Nothing personal, Lieutenant, but no, there's absolutely nothing you can do to help me in this case. Well, thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. After you're even done responding, the Chief has turned her attention back to the screen full of diagnostics and settings, and has begun keying commands, pausing to take notes of nearby readouts and inputting even more information. Make a mental note to fill the captain in on the status of the engine startup process and decide to leave the Chief to it, so there's apparently nothing else to do here. Hey, Chief? About the machine in the hangar. What about it? What do you reckon it is? Where do you think it came from? Mars? Earth? That's a damn good question, Steele. I've got absolutely no idea. I've never seen armor, weapons, or a propulsion system like that. I've read speculative proposals about that kind of tech, but we're decades away from even the fundamentals of it. Well, what if it's in the future? That'd be pretty fun. It might be in peacetime, but all the big governments are doing everything they can to develop their weapon systems to ensure they're not caught out again. But if anyone had anything like this, even in the testing stages a few years ago, the war would have been over a lot quicker, one way or the other. Even if this was Martian Terran, it doesn't make any sense to test it in JCS backyard. It's ours, and why would they send us in without letting us know? There's nothing, no indication where it came from and what it's for? I can tell you what it is, Lieutenant, that's for sure. That machine is nothing but a weapon. Beyond that? Might be able to figure out some answers to these questions. If I wasn't stuck here restarting these engines from scratch. But you're distracting me from Lieutenant, so get out of here! Yes, Chief. That's pretty helpful. Who else have we not talked to? Wait a minute, was there any way... That wasn't that way last I passed through here. I appreciate a nice gesture. Salted in places correctly and was shaking loose during the battle? It was definitely attached last time I was here. Definitely wasn't like this area I came for earlier. Head over to the entrance, the main scrollway, and holding up the sides, leaning into space first, looking up and downwards. Ladder extends into gloom in both directions. Although you can only see up to a certain distance, you can see anything unusual, and you don't hear anything either. Shrug, you move to pick up the panel, placing it back on the wall. Takes a little bit of trial and error, but eventually you get the panel attached again. You give it a few knocks for good measure. That should do for now. That's sus. The computer was open. That was open. Step off the elevator and enter the bridge to the sound of a trill beeping coming from the control panel. Sit over the panel, typing hurriedly on the keyboard is Vanessa. She looks over you to start before turning back to the keyboard and quickly entering more commands. After a few seconds typing, she aggressively hits the enter key, which silences the beeping and turns quickly to you, looking slightly flushed. What do you want, Lieutenant Steele? At this point, you no longer have the energy to mask your exasperation. Let outside as you pinch the bridge of your nose between your thumb and forefinger. Just carrying out standard patrol, Lieutenant Lord, making sure everything's in order following the battle. Is everything okay up here? You leaned slightly to try and see what was being displayed on the screen above the panel Vanessa had just been using, but was now stood in front of. Stepping sideways with blocky view, Vanessa reaches back to the keyboard without turning around and enters a quick series of buttons. Then that shift the display to something else. Of course you're on patrol. I expect you wouldn't be here to give your post-mission report like you're supposed to. It'd be too much to expect the Gundog here, the dashing Lieutenant Steele, to actually follow protocol for once. And again, how I had to remind you of procedure when the power went out. Suppose you might be willingly ignorant of how you're supposed to act. Oh, I hate her so much. You could be that, you're just plain ignorant instead. Feel familiar rising tide of anger within you, a feeling that for most of your career, some limited encounters with the Hansen, but was now becoming more common with every conversation you've had with Vanessa. You do know you're supposed to report to the mission overseer immediately after you're dismissed from sickbay for debriefing. No, she's great. This is okay, debriefing, right? Any remaining anxiety you had to check in on the bridge, Lieutenant Lord swiftly leaving you. Yes, Lieutenant, thank you. I'm aware of procedure, but I'm under direct first captain if you're getting constant patrol. Besides, I would have assumed that someone as capable as yourself, would have been able to get the general picture of what had happened on the brain without me needing to tell you. Or was the battle outside the ship, the giant machine currently in our hangar, not obvious enough? Vanessa picked up on the barb in your query. She wasn't acknowledging it. Captain's orders, huh? For all those are good for. Though you initially assumed Vanessa's general aggression was just personality deficiency and increasingly open hostility to the ship's command structure, so it can stand out to you as something more than just unmanaged anger issues. Make a mental note to bring it up with the captain in the next opportunity. Lucky for you, Lieutenant, I'm more than capable enough to pick up your slack. I've already gone through the communication logs of Juno's flight data. Also in the process of reading the O'Brien's black box information. You know, I'm actually pretty impressed. I assume you've been playing the hero because a certain someone was involved, but even I'll admit that it must have taken guts to wait for Hansen to get back to the Juno. Or was it that you knew you didn't stand a chance if you tried to pilot the Juno on your own, Roll your eyes, you've been surprised if Vanessa was giving you something that was coming close to a compliment. Of course, that'd be a second guess in the very next breath. Look, Lord, and another thing. I've got to hand it to you quick thinking skills. When I gave the command to Nancy Cruz during the battle, about your decision to get Cadet Grange involved, things might have turned out very differently for the Gundog. Still, it's a lot easier to just sit back and tell people what to do than actually do it yourself, right? A lot less pressure on you. I'm about to snap back at Vanessa, but your exhaustion wins out against your anger to swallow your words. Well, Lord, I'm glad that you put your talents to good use and managed to get the assessment done without me. I've got orders to carry out, so if you don't mind, I'll be leaving. No, not at all, Lieutenant. I want to keep you from your important work. Keep it up. I'm sure your commitment to your duty will be rewarded very soon. I'm willing to put up with Vanessa's consistent contempt for much longer. You mumble a vague goodbye and turn back towards the elevators. Trying to have no conversation. Not right now. Lieutenant Lord? You haven't noticed any strange activity recently, have you? Like what, Lieutenant? Like our entire ship losing power for backup systems? Or how we lost contact with the ship we were supposed to rendezvous with? Lieutenant, Or is sudden attack by a completely unknown machine? Lord, could I... Or how about, Lord, give me a chance to talk for 2 seconds! Now you listen to me, Lieutenant! Not giving Vanessa a chance to launch another tire, he said just talk her over. I found a panel on the maintenance crawling in the central hub on the floor. I'm just checking that nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Oh, is that all? You place your face in your palm, worried by the amount of effort you had to put in just simple conversation with Vanessa. No, I'm not seeing anything unusual going on. Maybe Cadet must have put it back on incorrectly. Tell him that. Alright, thank you, Lieutenant Lord. The answer that you've been after attained, you quickly shut down the conversation while the patient can run out. Acted pretty weirdly earlier. I wonder what she was doing at the station. With long-range communication off lane, we've lost a lot of sensor capability too. So we'll be relying on our eyes until our cheek gets all fixed. Are you singing share with Captain or Vanessa? Yeah, there's something wrong here. Looks like it's working fine. I guess there hasn't been any issues with the central computer since we went to Orion. Quickly cycling through the various systems in the terminal, checking if everything's working as normal. As far as you can tell, it is. Has to enter your credentials, check the electronic mail. Ah, jeez, what's going on? Try selecting various functions, but nothing responds. In a panic, you mash the keyboard, but nothing works. Then, as unexpectedly as it started, the noise ends. What's that all about? Take 2 more experimental choices, and everything seems to be working in normal again. I guess that's something to ask the Chief about. Oh! Place switch, should I use it? Yes. You know what? I've had enough of being dark for one day. Taking charge, fresh uniform. Just use like sitting down. Now come on, I got a patrol to finish. Good idea to check that. Yeah, there's something going on here. Sounds good to get should leave him to his work, poor kid. Force of thoroughfare. Not keeping the sound right now. He felt like it's good things that are on board ship. We could check on them everyone. Put on a safe plan. Yeah, this happened already. Okay, so nothing weird here. Mess hall. Central hub. Let's go back and talk to... Hey, Chief! About that machine in the hangar. What about it? Oh, hang on. Alright, not helpful at all. Let's investigate the sickbay. Casey, something I could do for you. Even if I can't be here when you wake up, I'll let you know you're okay. Hang in there, okay? Doesn't seem like there's anything going on over here. Alright, back to the thoroughfare. Let's finish checking out everywhere if the captain wanted me to. Since I'm here, I should report to Captain. I haven't found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside your familiar Insignia Mark II. Or you're about to knock an announce out, but before you can do it, instead you move your hand to cover your mouth with a loud yawn. Stop midway through your exhalation, and remember by twinge of pain in your neck is raise your arm. You roll your neck a few times. 1 second, Chad. Stupid cat. chat. The cats have been fighting lately, and I've been trying to figure out why. It seems like the painkiller doctor gave me is beginning to wear off. You sigh, which quickly turns into the previously interrupted yawn. Tiredness that you've been doing your best to ignore since you returned to Dundalk is now hitting you hard, and you are suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours have taken on you. As you feel the exhaustion spread through your body, you hope that after you make your report to the captain will command hard to take over the security detail once he gets some rest. I also hope that following your heated conversation, the captain didn't have punishment in store for you. You muddled over the protocols, which you broke in, and knew that she was well within her rights to dismiss you to your quarters here and now. Sigh again, much more deeply, and swallow your apprehension. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain in your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter. Your captain announced on the other side. Ah, Lieutenant Steele. I assume you come with me complete report of your patrol this time? Because I'm not in the mood for discussing about anything else. You guys briefly draw a deep breath, mustering energy gauge the captain. Yes, ma'am. And? Release the breath slowly. Conversations with the captain can be exhausting due to how little effort she's willing to put into it. Right now, you felt the very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge, and the engine room, aside from existing issues with long-range communication systems and MPEs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to resolve our battle with the craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no sign of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order? Oh, hang on. Let's use this one. Let your jaws stifle yawning as you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed in the annex that serves as her bedroom. You find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes. Good to hear. Do your best to stifle another moment and the captain dismiss you. In that case, Lieutenant, relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish the day and pass the torch to someone else. I want you to head to sickbay and get an update on his crew status. You tense up again and prospect of immediate rest now pull from under you. As a cruise man? Yes, Lieutenant. When I previously spoken to Dr. Rosarian, he advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago, and Ensign Cruz should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cruz in his new responsibilities, but I've yet to hear anything from the doctor. So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to sickbay and find what the delay is. Understood? You're allowed your wariness to creep over you, but it has been bearable because the exceptions reported captain duties could be done. Now, though, if another task placed upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. The Herculean effort you hide from Captain to throw a swift salute and acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am, understood. Very good, dismissed. Continue posture until you left the captain's quarters, but as the door closed behind you, it's all you can do and not slump to the floor. That's the last thing she has for me to do today. There's no way. So deeply you pinch the bridge of her nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. Alright, let's go. About this seems wrong. Lean back into the rear wall of the elevator, shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting in the cool metal of the wall, listening to the gentle hum of the elevator's movement. You stay this way, seconds away from drifting off to sleep until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You barely open your eyes and begin to push off the wall, standing upright. Lazily bring your hand up to your eyes, shield them away from the harsh glare will come from sick face lighting. As your eyes adapt to the light, the first thing that catches your eye attention is a glitter, like shimmer from the floor at the far side of the room. Once your vision is adjusted completely, you realize that the speckles are coming from high-powered lights reflecting on fragments of broken glass that are scattered all over the floor. Doctor! Slumped over his desk is Dr. Rosarian. As you approach him, the dread is placed in nausea as his organic eye remains open, staring downwards, but devoid of life. Doctor, damn it! You could draw your electroshock weapon, but you took over the bed with Casey on it. Casey! Seeing her lying still, you move swiftly over to check that she's alright and feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rise and fall. Sure in your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on broken glass behind you. Hold your breath, wait a single second, and single round, bringing your gun to bear where the noise comes from. Swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc beam before your behind come from. All you have time to process the fist flying towards you, striking you square in the chin. Something you can do is stagger back in a second, you're unconscious. Oh shit. Alright, we got knocked the fuck out. Wake up, Lieutenant! I said, wake up, Lieutenant! Sleep on the job? You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Lord, what? Finally, it's beginning to think that you decided to copy your Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Casey, The same moment you sit up quickly and lance of pain strikes you in the back of the base of your skull as you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. Don't make any sudden moves, Irene. We found you knocked flat on the floor in sickbay. Look at the way you fell and must have taken a serious blow. Shame, it's not like we got the doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. More slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so you're sitting on the edge of your bunk. Keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of it where you hit the floor. Dr. Razam, he's dead. You must not have got a good look at him. Someone pulled his plug, kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. Commander Quinn, is she... What? You don't want to know more about the doctor? You're already planning your investigation? Should we be asking me if there's any information that can help to find the... Try to look Vanessa straight in the eyes, your face stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant, as always. She somehow managed to come out, things absolutely fine. Moved her quarter for the time being to keep her secure. Good, okay? Rest your elbows and knees, place your head in your hands. Touching temples attempt to reduce the pain that traveled your neck and forehead. What happened? When the sickbay saw Dr. Razam's death, went over to Commander Quinn, and then sitting around and aim your electroshock weapon at whoever behind you. But you hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they knocked you out. Got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, lucky for you, Ensign Cruz is in the surgery wing. Wake up at his procedure. Saw so of your fight. Breathe the glass and hit an emergency alarm. Though whoever it was managed to escape before Cruz could make his way out of the surgery wing, anyone else could be there. That makes it twice that you saved you in this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him to head of security instead. Realized at the thought while cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank you for survival is becoming an uncomfortably common occurrence. So what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you go stay in the same pain from earlier, in return, sit back on wincing and rubbing your neck. Fortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. If our head of security take a nap and everyone on high alert at the station, so you're not managed to have a chance to investigate. Well, don't you worry, Lieutenant Steele. If you got Ensign Cruz and Rumney taking care of the security operations until you recover. All ship's in lockdown at the moment. All clearance is restricted purely to necessary duty areas for each crew member. Next is only granted when in the room if someone else wants to enter. So Captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. Captain Barmus doesn't want me back on duty immediately. Why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can I stop and check on your recovery? She had a stern expression, raising an eyebrow but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. When you understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system, our doctor is dead, our lieutenant commander is inconveniently out of action for the foreseeable future, but a hostile craft sat in our hangar. And if all that going on, our captain's guidance just locks things down and carry on? Considering the circumstances, you'd think she got with a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? What are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were at the speed in current events in case you needed to make any decisions, that's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You're acting a small pack of painkillers with you. Catch and turn it over to your hands and notice the box is slightly crumpled. You pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged in between the box's tabs. We need you, Lieutenant. Soon. Look up from the packet as Vanessa leaves the room. Oh dear. Not saying anything else, she exits your room, steps in the corridor beyond, with the door hissing shut behind her soon after. Once Vanessa's gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again and place it down next to your bunk. Make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Ugh! Sight how gingerly you risen to your feet, the pain in your neck is still reappeared before you're even upright. Side defeat, you open the box Vanessa's giving you, and extract 2 tablets in their packaging. Quickly tossing them in your mouth is following. Slowly bite back in the bunk, resting your head on the pillow. Ah! Raid! Hello! Oh my gosh, hello! Hi, Reed! Oh my gosh, you were still streaming? How's Halo? Did you win? Did you beat John Halo at his own game? Oh boy. Man. Hello, Raiders. I'm Cherry, savior of the universe. A bit EP though. Variety streamer, do a lot. Ah! Ice! My goodness. I feel bullied. I play a variety of content, RPGs, action games, you know it, the works. And right now we're playing Stories from Soul of Gundog, a visual novel set in space. You're a security chief who has PTSD from not being able to deploy her mech, and your girlfriend is currently unconscious, and everything's gone to shit currently, including the doctor, who is currently dead. So we have a very whiny, angry, annoying person named Vanessa who's constantly yelling at us while everyone else is panicking about the murder. So it's going great. It's going great. My Cherry need EP though, so she's gonna go take a nap on the bed and see where it goes from there. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa's told you. Dr. Rosarium was dead, but Cassandra's fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You begin to think over who the assailant could be. You begin to think of motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Although now that you think about it, disarray in the sickbay was very similar to what you saw in O'Brien. Was what happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Mind slows so the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness, back into exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. It went from fun firefight to hard annoying firefight to ARG, maybe? Let's walk around an empty map for half an hour searching for meeting. Ah! On the messages then. Puppy raid. Alright. Well, that's strange. But, congrats? You remember before drifting off to sleep, it said, as soon as you were awake, you knew the first thing you'd be doing was visiting Cassandra. Oh man, April 24th, planetary calendar 2214. Also, we fought a robot that we covered in sealant foam. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Steele is awakened in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian space, Lieutenant Steele's quarters, Jovian patrol ship, JSF Gundog. Reaching up above, you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your hand and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension, just making sure the stream's good. Okay, good. Yay! Good! Oh, hooray! Oh, man. Everything's functional. Release the last remnants of tension from your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seemed some bed rest was all you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and the change of uniform, has left you feeling like a completely new person. Almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although despite how reinvigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you're not receiving any orders via your terminal, so you hope that everything was going well. Now you're fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarium and attacked you. First, you'll be visiting Casey. I think I'll leave the lights on for now. Sleep, I don't want to go to bed for quite a while. I've already got a fresh uniform. Let's see. You're okay for your terminal's menus, checking for any new orders, mail instructions. Sorry, may have come through between when you checked, when you woke up now. Nope, nothing. Alright. Off we go! Stepping out to the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to a four-side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over the loudspeakers. Yesterday I recognized that Vanessa despite slight distortion caused by speakers. Attention all hands! I repeat, attention all hands! This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands, I repeat, attention all hands. Vanessa's made a few more times, so eventually you hear a subtle pop of the speakers indicating Vanessa stopped broadcasting. Emergency meeting? Make your crew shift towards the bridge, only stopping once outside the elevator. Run your keycard for a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You know, assume that whoever's on the bridge take a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Something shitty is happening. Soon enough, the door opens, so you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull words mutter, you wonder why the captain called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot whilst you were resting? Or had something even worse happened the whole crew needs to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step into the bridge. See the captain instead of see Vanessa sat in the captain's chair, flanked by Haru and Hansen. Lieutenant Steele, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that shortly. Once everyone's here, Lieutenant, it's no time for screwing around. Let's go. Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs to be patient and wait for a few minutes till the big announcement. Posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came aboard, that it isn't a pen. Well, listen up, it wasn't Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge, and they'll take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. Feel the blunt object slide around your back and side as Hart steps around you, keeping their arms draped over your shoulders. Crew should know, he's speaking from experience. You glance down and see what's protruding underneath the jacket, and they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electroshock gun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Yeah, so what the hell are you... She told you to wait, ma'am. gone to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasized her point by thrusting a gun deep into her side. Quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you'd stood. There we go! Good choice, Lieutenant! Just let me look after you and we'll both have a good time. In spawn, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds like the captain's chair. Look down at the control panel, which is a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the bridge opens, and Dalton nurse steps on the ridge. I heard announcing them. That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the Lieutenant, would you? Yes, ma'am, will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord staring at her while silent fury. All you get is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. Couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. It's a good chance he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, he just remained silent. Good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. First mark looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Ma'am? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirrup as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Now, great atmosphere in here, huh? Then looks at you all, but after receiving no response, brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches his jacket pocket. Hear a click of the cassette player and watch endlessly as it drifts off to his music. Just take along that Chief arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silent on one of the control panels. They all stand in this awkward silence, and no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the Chief as she surveys the room, and some looks shared between Haru and Hansen as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone's relatively still. Leaning back in the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow to one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. Round out a couple of look and pass between Dylan, Chief, and Dalton. After a moment, Chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord? Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It all makes sense then. See Chief mull over the response, and although it takes a few steps back, taking your previous position by the control panels. The sides of the bridge has clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once. Continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by a now familiar chirrup of access requests. And here she is now. Then, Lord, what are you doing calling unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. Feel the hairs in the back of your neck stand up as realization of what Vanessa's planning hits you. Just like the Chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick to the captain and Vanessa. Well, it's my seat after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with an intensity of purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body, swings to strike Vanessa. Careful, Bartimeus, you don't want to get written up for striking superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm reaches out. Fight quick, and you grab the captain by the wrist before she can bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, you release me immediately! Cruz, you idiot, you— Hey! How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun that they've been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hansen. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking your arm back from Hansen, the captain tries to face you while pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Steele, detain these three immediately! Moving your hands towards your holster electroshock clamp, but find yourself hesitating for a brief moment. Yeah, fuck it! Grab your weapon, but before you're drawing it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen point their guns right at you. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry. I know you're just following orders like any good members of JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now— You glance at Vanessa, the Hansen, and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see steely coldness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he had no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's orders. Know that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so. You release your grip on the weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. Let's stand for this. All your— Cruz? Yes, ma'am? In the blink of an eye, Hansen steps to the captain, balls in his hand to a fist, swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Cruz! Slow down, Lieutenant. The captain staggers backwards, clutching her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. It's not like you didn't have this coming, Bartimeus. Hansen reaches down to the captain and grabs her by the collar, dragging her back on her feet. She regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and releasing her, sending her lurching backwards before she falls to the floor. Cruz? Damn it, Cruz, stop. That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any objections. That's what I thought. Crossing her legs and raising the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks in the middle of the bridge. I hate her so fucking much. I want her dead. Ugh. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as a 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9, on the grounds that neither captain nor second command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I'm forced... What a great and wonderful character. I know, right? Forced to make the necessity based on my own discretion. Everyone's favorite. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I'm limiting both the previous captain and lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you... Spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm gonna tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. When you get past Haru and spot Vanessa, you can see the Hanson similarly levels gun of the Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you care to let me explain, we're currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. My lord! Captain hits a stagger on her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now or... Ugh. A slap that echoes across the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain who's still unsteady on her feet, reeling. She falls back to the floor. Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Maris Bartholomew and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain or second in command are both in capacity exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft clearly made by our enemies manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? I hope I can be as cool as Vanessa one day. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartholomew and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could that craft have gone on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, but she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane! How that could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt since you were the one that brought the Gundog back online with Ensign Cruz during the attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anyone else in sickbay after the doctor's murder except for you and Quinn. Could I have... Ugh. Very suspicious. Still, for now, it seems like I can trust you. So as for Section 16, Article 12, I'm announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Maris Bartholomew, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightful mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to traitor and be treated as co-conspirators and get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew who shift nervously. I'll be stopping around 11, so in like 30 minutes. Both Hanson and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of responses and affirmation. As long as drags, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time, it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify the risk of being charged with treachery. And for you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Casey. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing Captain Casey of treason is... This sounds an awful like a no, Lieutenant! You grit your teeth and breathe in. It is a no. There's no way I'd join you in your scheme. Except for your personal grudge. You saw a chance, you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side in this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. I suppose that's no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Cruz. Nothing personal, Steele. Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon focus on Chief and Dalton Yu, Hanson walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who was again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy for Ovosis, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting it down with a smug expression. Chief Engineer Kappas, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you to fire control and to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory. I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Kappas? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. That 3 crew members quickly depart from the bridge. Ship an elevator, leaving Vesta to advise the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Barnabas? Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun back of the waistband, Haru kicks over to Captain and Lexia delivers a kick in the captain's stomach, causing him to heave and curl into fetal position. Come on, Barnabas, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds onto her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of the shades and doors slide closed. You made a bad choice, Steele. As soon as the doors in the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open as you feel the muzzle enhanced gun thrust in your back. One more thing. Keeping its gun firmly pressed in the small of your back side and draws your electric shot from its holster. Stepping back, it slides your weapon into a pocket with his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands, turning the muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Take her away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hanson shoves his gun hard in your back and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge into a waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hanson keeps the gun trained on you behind him. You see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I had such high hopes for you. Where you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hoped for her, the door slices close and you're left to silence Hanson. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint to shift towards your quarters. Once inside, Hanson jumps towards the terminal inside the door. Understanding his instruction, you take out your keycard, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. So the door opens and snatches the card out of your hand, shoves you in the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot protruding to stop the door from closing automatically. Hanson looks at you wordlessly. He silent for a few short seconds with a ruminative expression on his face until you manage to stand back up to turn to face him. Once you regain commotion, he straights the angle with the gun towards you. You know, Steele is beginning to come around to you. What's that supposed to mean? Hanson smirks. Stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back on Calic anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Steele. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. Should have gone with the rest of the crew inside of Lord. Now you, Bartimeus, and your girlfriend are going to get pulled up for treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord, Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed from Uni. I don't know about that, Steele. Lord's not got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. That's how it ends, Lieutenant. You're going to have some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink of you and running back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're going to have a dull trip back to Europa. Turns to walk away, leap towards him, aiming to get your hands in the way of the door to prevent it closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hanson pivots once again and levels the gun at you. Stop inches from the door. Hanson, you prick! You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! If your head in your hands, I'm pretty sure a certain someone may have murdered the doctor. Hands, turn back away from the door and sit down in your bunk. Your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's immunity, the thoughts of getting court-martialed and what might happen to Casey. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush to your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another. Not because of a roiling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and an occasional kick delivered to the now stably shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. Oh, I got plans, alright. I'm gonna take care of 214. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarian, Lieutenant Lord takes command of JFS Gundog on the grounds that both the captain and her second commander are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord is Mary's Bonner, Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined her quarters on suspicion of treason. Ship's security officer Lieutenant Steele is also confined to her quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Lieutenant Steele's quarters, Jovian Patrol Ship JSF Gundog. You went to draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour in succession trying to find your catch to remove the panel, all you managed to do was snag your nail and manage to tear it. Allow exhalation, you move from your bed to your computer terminal on the other side of the room. You're able to hit a few keys, and the only response you get is a screen displaying the same familiar text the last few times you tried it. Access denied, insufficient authority. As easy it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought out. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain in prison. You hadn't noticed it when you were woken early, but someone must have gone through your quarters while you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors and metal bookmark have been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels. Sitting down in the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd be planning this and how much she counted for. Placing your elbows in the keyboard and your head on your hands, you sigh again. You got through every trick you learned in your time as security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's been nearly 6 hours since you've been imprisoned. You felt a rumble of Gundog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It'll only be a matter of days now as you arrive back at the Europa colony. Waiting for you there is the Vanessa Special's trial for treachery. Put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge. Execution. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. That had been something you could do. I can't say anything, not even my mail counter. It's not like it makes any difference. I haven't been good at computers anyway. Let's see. Type in a few commands to have to navigate further into Storm's interface. So every action you carry out is the same response. Action 9, insufficient authority. Yeah, I thought so. That's because the camping was going so I could take a break. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, Sleep Commander Wang had been imprisoned by his own side. Because, you know what? I don't feel like reading, actually. Oh, that's depressing. Also, I think that's like a Legend of Galactic Heroes reference. You nearly have a storage drawer set the frame underneath. You pushed them on, causing the drawer to spring open and slide towards you. Pulling it as far as they will go, you shove your possessions to your side and lean in to get a view inside. Rats! As you suspected, underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on the inner framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. You want to go? Climb around your bed once again. Put your fingertips on the edge of the panel, trying to find any give or sign of catch. Here's the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed not to be removed using bare hands. Until it's annoying getting this panel off. Great. Step back from the door, Steel. What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it. A sigh, you move back in the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah. Now just stay there, Steel. You're all eyes. What did you think you were gonna do? You're lucky Captain's so generous. You get room service. Sarah steps back. Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, attendant, how's it? Well, let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground, walk away. Yeah, chill out, Rumney. Whatever. Muttering under his breath, placed the tray on the ground, halfway between you and the door, and walks out of the room with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down the tray, you see it's fairly standard meal: burger, fries, and soda from one of the vending machines. You had assumed that Dylan had chosen this for you, as he couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. Now stay where you are, and if you're free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. In a second, the door slides shut and you hear the click of its lock. Sorry for steps. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. Well, you have an idea. I'm gonna use the tab to open that. Aluminum might bend, though. Standard burger meal for cardboard. They're probably giving me a cardboard tray instead of steel one to make sure I can't use the tool or weapon. Especially eating the food, all this tray will be good for us, nutrition, if they forget to feed me for the rest of the journey. Take the meal tray over the terminal, sit down in the chair, balancing your food on your keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. He's starting to worry that you left locked in your quarters the entire journey back in Europa colony with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking at a few fries, you raise your burger to mouth and bite down. Ah, what the hell? Place a burger and tray, tongue your teeth, biting down something hard. Pulling back on top of the bun, you investigate by a tiny unexpected ingredient. Ha! Dylan, yes! Imitation lettuce beef, small pocket screwdriver, short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grab it with a napkin and you'd inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panels, make up the ship's ceilings, walls, and floor, it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixtures it might come across. Oh, this is perfect! You whisper yourself. You got the screwdriver. You stand it up to put it to use. Your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first. History of pocket, pick up the burger bag, quickly devour both it and the fries. Alright, now it's time. Yeah, eat the burger! Alright, let's see. You clamber up to the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Much like you discovered in your last inspection, there was no give in the panel, and certainly not enough space for you to work your fingers into it in order to new catches that held it onto the wall. Burger. Metal burger. You need to approach this differently if you were going to get anywhere. Alright, let's see. Games drawer. Blah blah. Can't see beyond this panel. The attempt to remove it ends in failure. Draw catches some so it's one line all the way out. Not sure how much accomplished here, but it's worth a try. I know! I saw the candy bar! Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, it has a little trigger. That's your J Gaming. I should be able to get the wall panel. Hopefully behind the wall will be enough space to allow me crawlways. Oh, I see how this works. Well, it's like bug access. Unfortunately, you realize everything well together, leaving nothing you get to assemble. Make it too hard. Okay. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into a small gap between the panel and surrounding wall. Slowly run along this parting, just for a few inches till you feel the catch on something. Following some careful movements, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. Repeat this action a few more times along different parts of the panel. Eventually, the final latch is undone. The whole thing falls towards you. Nice. Let's go! Careful to lower the panel up your bed and place it on the floor so not to alert Haru before returning to investigate. Damn it! You curse under your breath. Or you'd hope to see a large space that you could crawl into, where instead of me a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space between it and the panel where it had been fixed. Grip the screwdriver tight and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. You've been so close! Man. Despite follow-up damage, there's no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyway. Deep sigh, you step off bed. Looks like you have to find another way out of here. Maybe some way out here. Let's take a look. You raise your screwdriver tentatively, and able to find any noticeable seams along the panel. You turn it towards the switch, the only part of the main to give you some access. So just... You pull the screwdriver back and tumble onto the bed. The snapping and crackling noise that accompany the strobing lights having taken you completely by surprise. Alright, let's try something else! And leave that alone for now. In case now just list ship-based activities as. How am I kidding? You know we're here, this is a way to break a rule without getting caught, she knows it. Check the floor panel below you, finding where it meets another panel, and kneeling down to run your hands where the visible gap is between the two. He'll let her help you chance to find a gap line up to the screwdriver now. The exploration of fingertips reveals the edge of catches you barely touch. Looks like this might be my way out. Take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between floor panels. Slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel a catch on something. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel, your move, you're easily able to undo each one you run into. The panel will noticeably lift away at the floor of each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, feeling a 3-foot drop down a small tunnel that disappears in darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands, so you look over the passageway you revealed. Okay, see where this goes. Benches, real. Is there anything else you do in here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Yeah, we did everything. Time to go! Prepare for your escape. You return to the panel you'd removed from the wall in its original position. Make sure that all the catches are reconnected in the mounting points. Then you're prepared to do the same for the floor panel. Sliding into position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down in space underneath the floor, kneel down, and slowly drag the panel into your option above you. It takes you a few attempts to get into the correct position, but eventually you have it, all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches they've secured its place. Now, in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees, reach out with your one hand, groping in the darkness. You got no idea what lies ahead, but you can crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again, you hit a corner, drop in, or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems on your own, awkward shuffling, unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that had replaced the sterile smell that permeates the Gundog, you quickly lose your sense of distance to location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taking you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of crawlies have faded into view. Renewed from the potential of light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship up ahead of you. You speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. Turn a corner and met with a shaft of light that is broken up by a slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally, as you continue toward the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes branching off in different directions. No indication where they might lead. Damn it. Oh, she shut off my map. Smart. Familiar aroma. As you approach a quality, it stretches out ahead of you. You notice twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all that you smelled has been stale musk. Not pleasant, but a clear indicator that the crawlies were not used regularly. They certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up a slight hint of something new, but also familiar. Positive that you're trying to find the light hints of fragrance drift your way. Taking a few deep breaths, pick up notes of something sweet, but also a slight burning tang top of a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. Anyway, if you're in the late section, you find yourself in complete darkness once again. Mutter frustration awkwardly twists around another corner. Just the snaking tunnel that the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness of where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue slowly shuffling your way forward, hoping that whatever you might end up with would be somewhere that could. In some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, the Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you see the smell from earlier is much stronger now. Instead of beginning to sting your nose and back of your throat with every breath you take. Gotta be nearby now, let's see. Reaching upwards, you're winding hand over the ceiling of a crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize to catch that secures the panel in place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to clip it in the dark, eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process of all the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly. Looking around to confirm your location. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartmuse. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her, ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! You could draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away when you only realize that you placed it in the puddle of liquid after shock and sensation subsides. Look, hold on. Creaky. Second chat. Moving the cat out of the room. Had to banish my cat. Being too rude and baby. Take that sniff as you guess the same smell you know as the crawlway. Burning sensation fills your nostril reminds you more of acetone than a beverage. That's an unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift position from where you tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as both your feet are planted firmly on the floor, you raise yourself upright, bringing your face to face with the captain, her arms crossed as she slumps on her desk, glaring at you. Lieutenant Seal? What a surprise! Captain languidly takes a bottle of whiskey, tilts it in the approximate direction of a small shot glass in front of her, and begins to pour little regard for accuracy. Such a drink that makes it in the glass just as much as spilled. While she raises the clumsy-filled container to her lips, a rivulet of oily liquid on the desk snakes its way towards the edge, pulling for a moment before surface tension breaks and sluggishly drips on the floor. Resting a rim of the glass on the lower lip, the captain's slave pours the acrid liquid down her throat. A few straight droplets reach the corner of her mouth, which she catches with her forefinger before idly licking it as if, despite her earlier haphazardness, she's being careful to make sure nothing is wasted. If you need to discuss something with the captain, you come to the wrong place. You'll need to go to the bridge. I'm sure the captain and Lord would be more than happy to help. Actually, Captain, I was looking for you. Spawn sharply, going to grab that bottle as Captain reaches for it again. Totally reveals a fraction of frustration you feel the Captain for the fact that, whilst you're risking your life to make contact with her, she's embraced being cloistered away as an opportunity to drown her sorrows. Well, when you lay your hand in the bottle, Captain snatches by the neck, yanking it away from you. You manage to keep your grip and pull it away from swift tugs, sending some of the contact flying through the air and onto the floor, adding a small puddle of fluid that is formed near the base of the desk. Give that back right now! Captain barks, lunging you across the desk. Shh! It's a shush. At the Captain, raising a finger to lips while you free hand, looking towards the door, while also doing your best to keep the bottle out of her reach. Now towards the entrance and moving closer to Captain. Do you want one of those two to come in here? Be quiet. Can't do anything more to me. Now give me back my... Clap your hand away from Mary's mouth. Just in time. Right meow. Just in time to stop her from shouting at you. The look you see in her eyes is the same familiar fear as when you first told her you read the report. I could throw us both out of the airlock. You snap back, keeping your hand over her mouth despite your prostrations. Now could you please? What are you doing here, Barmuse? Lock eyes, the Captain maintains her scowl. 3 seconds silence, you move your hand away slowly. Hey, am I going to need to come in there? Nancy Cruz, will you stay out of my quarters and... Yeah, alright. Okay, I don't care. Just keep it down. I don't need to hear you complaining. What do you want, Lieutenant? Captain quietly mutters, tracing her finger through the whiskey that remains on the surface of her desk, bringing it to her lips and placing it on her tongue. I want... Let's quickly learn a good idea this is. Your help, Captain. With? Still frustrated, Captain resumes trying to slowly recover the whiskey and had been spilt on the desk. Captain, right now there's 3 of us facing treason charges. Lord is taking control of the ship and that thing is still stuck in her hangar. If we don't do something, you, me, and Commander Quinn are going to end up getting spaced, and that if Vanessa doesn't get everyone on board killed before you get back. You're the Captain. You've got to know some way to deal with the situation. There's got to be something we can do. Think we can save the ship, With your help, Captain. It's very noble of you. I wish you the best of luck with it. Picking up her last shot glass again, and Captain slowly rotates it, causing the last runs of fluid to gather in one droplet in the bottom before tilting back in her mouth. Captain! You snap. You can't be serious. We could all be about to die, and you're sitting here drinking? I need your help. You think you need my help? I think you should find someone else, Captain. Well, so there's still a few shots left in it. Looks like Captain spilled mostly on the desk. Think of better things doing right now, looking for excuses to have this bathroom. I think Captain's currently blackout drunk on her bed right now. Although it's kind of hard to tell exactly how drunk she actually is. This is I think like last time, all the drawers are probably locked, and I bet they took the Captain's keyring since it contains a lot of master switches for ship functions. Even I asked the Captain, she wouldn't be able to open them. Oh man. Captain, look at me. Why are you still here, Lieutenant? You lay both your hands on the desk in front of her, lean in. Told you, Captain, I need your help. We need to get control of the ship before it's too late. Lieutenant, if we can prove your innocence, we can prove Casey's innocence. Then we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's claims are total nonsense. Even Hanson and Haro won't stand with her. They can see that it'll be them who gets charged with ship traitors, not you. Lieutenant, Captain, please, I can't do this alone. You must know ways we can... An optimistic plan, Lieutenant. What makes you think anyone on board will want to help me? Help wasn't quite forthcoming on the bridge earlier. To Frank, I'm not particularly in the mood of another counter of the ensigns. Captain, come on! You lean in closer, your exasperation at the Captain's disinterest adding a harsh edge to the lower voice. I'm not in the mood for this either, but everyone on the ship is relying on us right now. I told you, Lieutenant, I made up my mind. Besides... Captain runs her finger through the small trail of whiskey remaining on her desk, raising her lips. How exactly is any of this my concern anymore? In a single instant, you're angrier than you can ever recall being. Then feel a frustration that had been building with you. The Captain's unwillingness to help burst into a searing white rage, seeing from within in a single moment. It takes you a little more than a second to regain control of yourself, but in that brief window, you lunge, almost striking the Captain. Because you're the damn Captain, Bartimeus! Your rage should grin teeth. Whatever the hell Lord said on the bridge, whatever she's trying to do, this is still your ship, your crew. You growl, your eyes level with the Captain so you'll lean in as close as you can. Whether frozen in place with shock or standing her ground because of the pride that won't let her retreat, Captain stares back at you fiercely. Everyone on the ship is under your command. They're your responsibility. Right now you have the chance to help them all. You're just going to give that up? There's no way I'm letting you do that. Not after what you've done. You owe me this! You snarl. The captain jolts up out of her seat, slamming her hands at the desk square off of you. I don't owe you a damn thing. Hell, you don't. You know what you've done to me. And I'm not going to let you do it again. Not when people are relying on me. I don't care what happens to you? Fine. But I care what happens to Casey, what happens to Ship, and I'm not going to let them all down. So get your head out of your ass and help me! Oh, this is so good. You're suddenly conscious of your chest rising and falling with each breath. You take your body shaking and prickling sensation rising up through your hands into your arms. The silence between you and the captain engulfs the room. You know what? If you're not going to help, then you can... Lieutenant, I once risked everything. You know, my reputation, my rank, everything I had. I took a chance for something. That meant everything to me. I failed. But if I could take that chance again, I'd do it every time. Seems like that might be something you can understand better than anyone else. The sigh, the captain stands upright and adjusts her hat and tie. If you think you need my help with this, then I'll help you. But you need to make sure you're certain about that. This may feel like life and death, but I recommend not rushing into things. Like I did. So consider this very carefully, Lieutenant. Captain? Lieutenant, I didn't expect you to return me so quickly. Have you decided that this is really what you want to do? Need some more time. Very certain you come back to the captain that this was something you couldn't do without her. And now that you were in front of her, you felt further resolve. So falter. Many other options do that. Despite the captain's knowledge, 40 experience of how alert she seemed right now, I kept wandering back to the nearly empty bottle on her desk. What do you really want to do, Casey? I think I might need to see what other options are out there. Hopefully there's a less risky way to do this. I see. Let me know once you've made your mind, Lieutenant. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so bar moves is useless for now. Still rumble. Change position, lay your hand on the wall, and a slight constant vibration. And a long, regular vibration. There's only one thing in shit that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where the crawlway leads. Confident that you knew where this path would lead you, resume your journey for the ship's crawlway, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. Then two turns, you're once again enveloped in blackness of the ship's inner workings. You carefully shuffled forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, constant vibrations were only noticeable when you make a special effort to feel for them on the walls or floor of the crawlway, but as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from physical sensation to constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows, stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines have shaken the ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn into the corridor and met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light fall around you, granting only the more visible to the cloud of dust you picked up on your travels. Before looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery that you're near the entrance to the engineering department. Gently test the grating above by pushing against it with your forearm. Find that it lifts away freely with no need of unfastening screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief and the catches the collapse you're dealing so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise. You only just begun to when it slams back down and plays a loud clang. Quickly reach the grating and with no time to swivel onto your front to crawl away. Start shuffling back towards the crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you can see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, flanking at steel grill of the flooring above. Fancy me you here, Lieutenant Steele! Terrifyingly effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. Then she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor, replacing the grating. You got permission to the captain to be out and about? Chief, Oh, that thought, Lieutenant, come here. Taking hold of your upper arm, a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected. Chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to trade for yourself. The combination of raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, give me 6 foot, Chief. Chief, come on. Stopping the only swipe for keycard through the terminal next to the door, the Chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches onto a newly unlocked area. Oh, she puts some distance between her and the entrance as she stops, throwing you in front as she does. Alright, Lieutenant, we can talk now. Yeah, we're trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this apartment is wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in the whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Didn't know how you got in there, though. Axes and quarters would. The Chief's attention to pull away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape. You assume that, given she's not raised to the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters and handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... Aha! So that's what Diesel wanted it for. Somebody needed to replace the batteries on his zip player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long life military issue ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him though, so just hand it over in the end. Well, that was strange. No way he passed up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not gonna throw you in front of the new captain or goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you're making it this far. You got a brain to go with that, though? What's your plan? Going to try and raid the armory, take the ship by force? Or try to sabotage it, buy yourself some time? As you listen to me, Lieutenant, I swear to God, if you screw up anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord. Chief? I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that keeps the ship running. No matter who's at the helm, if you get between me and smooth operations of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartolomew's and Quinn are locked up. The Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's not good enough. Got enough skin to get pushed back. Let's hear it. Take a second to assess the Chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you've made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who handed you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, I figured everyone's only going along with Lord because they got more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Oh, Captain Bartolomew's commander Quinn and were out of action when the Gundog went offline. Quinn is the immediate suspect in the Doctor's murder. And there's no way Quinn had done it. There's no way she'd done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose, not with how I saw her. If you can disprove those accusations of evidence, we can show the rest of the crew that it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the Ensigns have more sense to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there, as it is. Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? I need to get some good evidence to undermine your arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes planned through, but you haven't really had the time to consider the specifics. You've been too focused on navigating your way around the ship than finding out where you could access. I was hoping I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm gonna get unwrapped in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I'm gonna find the chance to get the long-range communications system back I'm running before we get the Europa colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try to convince her otherwise, the Chief's already turned her back on you and is striding out the door she dragged through earlier. Chief! She is after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out! In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off her, angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you off your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure the ship keeps sailing. But nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now. If we want to make it back to Europa, they're gonna need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged in stupid little personal grudges or power plays. Chief leaves your wrist when you draw back. The pain from awkward angle has been held, shooting up for your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to see her down myself. With that, the Chief turns her heels and strides away towards the engine room. She's after, calling out to her, give her up another chance, explaining, but you please have no effects. Completely ignored. But she arrives and enters one of the engine rooms. Before you can stop her, she steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Damn it, Chief! Need your help. There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. No one here right now. Central computer. If I'm gonna prove Casey's in, but there's some important information on there that'll help me get to it. Approach the door and leads to the computer control room and stop. You just need to reach your pocket, take out your keycard. Remember, the Hansen has taken it for you just before you lock in your quarters. Oh yeah. The card you had getting through, the door is sealed shut, and the only way to open the terminal is inside. The side of frustration and land side. Nothing can do for now. Wait! Hang on. Skirt pocket hand the magic cue card. It's taking yours, so this must be. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Casey's hip, but you stop when you see her withdraw a keycard from Casey's skirt pocket. While between her thumb and forefinger with Laura, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. Such can only be accessed by a captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this! The captain tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. Got Cassandra's keycard. You turn the card over your hand for pocketing it. Ha! Thanks, Vanessa. Smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card for the terminal next to the door and step through the small room beyond. Once inside, the door closes behind you and you're left to even the noxious glow of the monitor light. You have to lay your hands on the keyboard and think. Right now, here I can
Zaka sigh. I know how you what I'm doing here. He dejectedly turns to leave the room. Hang on, at least I know I can get in there if I need to, I guess. The sounds are done, and notice the nearby engine's door opening. So look at how Vanessa handed you the means to get around your imprisonment. Slide the card through the terminal next to the door and step into the engine room. Despite the vast size, you take a long spot the chief, who stood over a large control panel. Alright, let's try again. Tris, quickly, Chief dismissed you when you asked for help. Although you assumed she might take a little bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel a apprehensive glow. You knew about how forceful her rejection had been, that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, we're gonna stop after we talk to the Chief. By the way, at least it's time you immediately try to convince her to help you. That Chief says that carrying out the plan would be much more difficult. Near the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation. Draw yourself up to your full height, except to peering off in a more than convinced Chief without Chief. Spatial distribution, neutron flux, slow reaction rates of parameters. Now this should be much more ideas. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should more energy releases. Moment, you can reach out, turn toward it. So you know better than try to assert yourself physically with the Chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Crew's not take your key card? I gotta give you points with tenacity. I don't think it's any ducks that are always leaving here. Since, Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you. Don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. Chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation and your persistence. You glance your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that at the very least, you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room and the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up in fear of offending someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I got a ship in the back of the Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, because I gets there. Now, whatever's happened to these engines during the blackouts, I'm making the job easy. Last time, Steel, get out of my way! And do what you gotta do, leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of my way myself? A single step, Chief's right in front of you, leaning over you, bulk filling your field of vision. Instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, muttering all your confidence, stand your ground against the Chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the Gundam back to Europa just as much as you do. But you know it's not about the ships, it's about the people on board. What's good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew's going to be put on trial for something they didn't do. What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief in your chest as you focus, but not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It's like Chief's coming around to you, but you're not convinced of her yet. Now that you got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, can't guarantee you there'll be even a Gundog in the back of Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You gotta make sure of that. I have better options, we'll be asking you, Chief, but I need your help, please. Tell me you're not doing this for everyone on the ship, Lieutenant, not just for you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. Chief inhales through his closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now, no sign of unusual output. I could. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you don't say Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you want to wait till we get back to Europa, bring it up to tribunal? She has a good point. Your intent was to prove Casey the captain and yourself innocent. By rights, a tribunal that would investigate this mutant would have been a perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have fought that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened. I bet you that she'll have adjusted the report to support her case. That's why I need to find out this evidence now, even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartholomew back in the captaincy, at least. I have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Team Chief's taking her time to consider your points, so you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. We don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their next on line. If everyone on side will stand a chance if that thing reactivates, otherwise we may never make it back. Make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel that response almost makes you giddy. Feeling a temper of pragmatism, you can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course we need to. You're locked up now, but no one's gonna blame security for standing up for the captain. Especially after everything's done. You've done. So you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. I feel that way now, Steel, but step away for a second, give it some thought. Sometimes when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be better options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious, you know that? Part of you wants to tell the Chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. Let's won her over. If you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all you've done to convince her. Breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension you built up your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure that this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. Guess what, Lieutenant? It seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is too. Without hesitation, the Chief turns back into the control panel that she's working on and resumes whatever it is she's been doing for you interrupted her. There were other options. Could any of them be as good as getting Chief to help you out? It gives him some thought. Take a step away. Chief, I thought it over. Lieutenant? Sure about that, Lieutenant? Haven't even finished making sure all MP outputs are in operation per hour, so what it's gonna be, sir? Yeah, I'm gonna think it over more. We still have people to talk to and chat with, so we'll stop here for now, and hopefully solve this mutiny next time. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Like, this is a blast. We got through a lot today. We finished the games. Just generally good time. So let us go ahead and see who to raid out to, give them the best vibes and support that they deserve, because everyone's super radical. I think, you know what, we'll raid Toto. Dr. Toto. I didn't beat the game, but didn't beat the game, as it were, but getting close, getting close. I'm definitely a bit eepy. I'm getting a little tired, so this is a good spot to stop. Sometimes Jerry, great picks. I know! Sometimes I just let me cook. Just let me cook with my ideas. Let me cook. Let me cook. Alright, everyone. So, that said, this week there won't be any collabs. It's mostly just gonna be a chill night. And then I'll probably be back Tuesday and Thursday, and there might be a collab next week, but I'll have to check in with everyone, see how they're feeling. It's probably going to be more Core Keeper, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a good time for everyone. Anyways, thank you everyone for coming to stream. See you guys next week. Bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye-bye!